Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, June the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Think of Paradox, etc. Guys can hear me, see my screen. Great. Actually, quite a few things to get to today. Look at all the ones that are up over 10% versus the ones down 10%. This LCFY, this is the crazy one of the day. I have no idea if it's done. I mean, this is only 700. Well, we have anyway 749,000 shares in the float. Some kind of a deal, an agreement with a U.S. based media publisher, etc., to utilize whatever this means, entity-based Keystone SEO technology. But anyway, this had a huge pop up to 2184ish. It is pulled back down. It may not be over, but if it's not over, just be awfully careful. Low float. And you can see it's starting to move right now. So that is the LCYF. Pixie, Shift Pixie. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Can't remember if this was an AI play. I don't see AI. I don't see a headline for it this morning. I just don't know if this was an AI play before. But anyway, there it is. Low float, 9.2 million in the float, up 100%. Anybody find any news in this? I just can't see any specific news for PIXY. Now, Root is a potential buyout. I was reading the news on this one this morning. Guessing the company has received a takeover bid. Now, what I read was some company is trying to convince them. Here, let me see if I can find another headline. There we go. Closely held embedded insurance. This is a private company. Has made multiple approaches and offered 1934. Okay, now before you just say, well, if they've offered 1934 and this is at 1451, I guess that's an easy $5. No. Okay, so but that's what the news is. And interestingly, Carvana owns a little chunk of it. I don't know how much they own, partly backed by Carvana. I don't know how much. I don't see Carvana moving that much, CVNA, in reaction to that. Just give me a moment. Yeah, Carvana has not moved on that news about Root. Overstock has basically, well, they put in that, obviously a lowball bid for whatever assets they wanted from a Bed Bath and Beyond, and they were successful, I guess. OSTK. Overstock gains on buying Bed Bath and Beyond's IP, intellectual property, I guess, and other digital assets. Okay. So that is the reason for Overstock. Evidently real. Good morning, by the way. This is an interesting one, perhaps, guys. Take a look at TRUP. TRUP. Where is it here? There you are. TRUP. So this is it's not an all-time low, but I went back a few years. I can't see really any support for it. And I guess what happened is the state of California said no rate hike approved. And that has put a damper on this stock, TRUP. Okay, so that is TRUP, Trupanion. And there's really no support for this. ALVR did a financing at 375. So it's hanging around the financing price. All right, so there it is, 375 financing for ALVR. We have some more expensive earnings plays. Not this one. but this is an earnings play. CDMO was an earnings play. It's gapped down 18%. Not very much volume yet. So they released earnings after hours yesterday, excuse me. And so but the volume will certainly pick up once the market opens. Could be some support around 15, maybe, just looking at the daily chart. Now, here are the more expensive earnings plays. DRI, restaurant, I guess owns a bunch of restaurants, Darden Restaurants. DRI, not down that much, 3.5%, but it is an earnings play if you're into the more expensive ones, along with ACN, another earnings play, ACN, Accenture. This is down a lot more, well, quite a bit more, 5%. And yeah, taking all this out, I mean, again, I don't usually take a look at stocks this expensive, but this has got some room still underneath. There's the 200-day moving average around 278. From yesterday, FNGR continuing higher. Looks like it's coming into some resistance. Well, obviously right there. 308 is the 200-day moving average. So it's at 311 right now. And 328 is the VWAP. So coming into potentially some resistance for FNGR. And another cheap one, TALS. And they rising on a merger agreement with a Tourmaline Bio. Okay, so I guess that, well, 343 a share. So remember Lucy a couple of days ago? They sprung a financing. Remember all the excitement? Well, not a couple of days ago. Yeah, a couple of days ago. Got all the way up to 275, closed down here. And now they're doing a fine. Imagine buying this at two something, whatever, holding it for a bit. Well, of course, if you did, you didn't have a stop. And now it's at 80 cents doing a financing. Now, how are the Bitcoin plays this morning? BITO, I just want to take a look at BITO. They were the exciting sector yesterday. Not much happening right now with Bitcoin, BITO, not pre-market anyway. Looking at MARA, MARA, not too much happening there. This could be an interesting one. This ROIV, decent volume, big float, 411 million in the float. Rises after long-term data for ulcerative colitis candidate. And it's let's see, phase 2A, phase 2B trial, ROIV. George Maharis and Martin Milner. You'll get that one, PJ. There you go, guys. And I mentioned this one again, only if you're into the sub $1 ones. Look at this thing, 605%. Oops, didn't mean to type it in there. But anyway, AGLE, guys, AGLE. Only up 576%. Announces the acquisition of Spire Therapeutics. Just put an end to that. One of the great theme songs for a TV series. Um, what else is happening here? Remember HI yesterday, big high flyer yesterday. Oh, I guess I got to talk about APE and AMC. So I guess whatever kind of conversion that they were looking at doing is, I guess, has been approved. But AMC dips, APE moves higher a bit. Hey, there's the LCFY guys. I mean, this is again highly risky. AC. In fact, I want to check another site just to see what sort of float information they have. Yeah, about the same guys, 750,000. So yeah, this is a very low float. LCFY. Yeah, I do see Burl. I saw Burl also, real. Where was it? Here somewhere? There it is. Yeah, Burl. Not much volume, 5,600 shares, but yeah. I mean, yeah, on the daily chart, it is, well, it's trying to take this area out on the daily chart. Looks like the next high is around 161, but I see no news on it either. Eagle, 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 AGLE. Wow. Certainly, well, it's traded the float already, guys. The float is 54 million. It's traded 58 million already. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so Alcoa is moving down here, guys. Now I noticed that they've got a price cut down. Well, $46 is way below that. Um, Algoma, which is a big Canadian steel producer, had earnings today also. No, not also. Alcoa did not have earnings, but Algoma did. What's the symbol again? I think it's ASTL. Yeah, there we go, Algoma. So ASTL is down on earnings, and this is and I think maybe I don't know if it's dragging Alcoa down. Lots of shorts available and interactive brokers for Alcoa. Sorry, Algoma, ASTL. There you go. Will it? You know what? Anything is possible. Will this take over $1? AGLE. Hard to believe it would, but I think there's a bunch of downgrades for. So this is what I saw. Okay, $46 from 50 for Alcoa by Credit Suisse, and then you're right. Here's the Morgan Stanley, 33 from 43 for Alcoa. See if anybody else is piling on them. It was basically there. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Not too many of each. If there's Excuse me, anything interesting? Look at this AGLE, guys. Is this going to take out a dollar? AGLE. You don't see anything really interesting on the upgrade side. Let's take a look at the downgrades. Interesting that there's not one stock that's been multiply upgraded. I don't see anything from Goldman. But let's take a look at the downgrades, and I'll get them into the room. Give me a moment here. Tesla downgraded from Morgan Stanley. And there, so Morgan Stanley's been pretty active. They've downgraded Tesla, they've downgraded Equinor, EQNR, and they've done that downgrade for Alcoa, AA. All right, so I typed that in wrong, guys. So in the downgrades, I've got A and AA, not A, just AA. Actually, Bud had an upgrade I noticed this morning also. Bud had an upgrade. BUD had an upgrade this morning from who? Oh yeah, from Deutsche Bank. That's what you're talking about, real? Okay. Yeah, Deutsche Bank's put an upgrade on Bud. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. And we had a pretty kind of a bleak day yesterday. So let's take a look at where they are with relation to the 200-day moving average. We're in for another week open. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on do new, and then docked channel bar, and then click on show more, and then go down to the sector status. And I say we're in for a week open. So there's energy. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% red. What does that mean? 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, and you can just see that there's no consumer staples. Yeah, 50-50 for consumer staples in terms of relation to yesterday's close. But let's take a look at just give me a moment. Okay, so there's energy, guys. There's that 200-day moving average for energy. So it's still moving away from it. Okay. And let's take a look at financials, XLF, which touched it a couple of days ago, but is now starting to move away from it again. Let's take a look at retail, XRT. Again, a little bit below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, so it was above it a few days ago, but now it's starting to get closer and closer to it. So we're starting to see some of these moving average or some of these major sectors getting either A, below or moving back down towards. Now we still have some stars. Communications, XLC, I'm sure is still soaring above it. Yeah, I mean it's a little bit weak the last few days, but still well above it. And of course, technology, XLK. Okay, probably looking a little bit like communications. Yeah, so it's starting to get a little bit weak, but still way above the 200-day moving average. Other one is consumer discretionary, XLY. So that actually has not really dipped that much, not compared to communications or technology. So kind of hanging in there and so way above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Yeah, still way above. And the last one would be materials, XLB. Yeah, still above, but starting to drift down towards it. So again, the big one still to me is financials, okay? XLF. They're pretty good right here a few days ago, but actually got up to the 200-day moving average, but now we're dropping down below it again. So anyway, that's a look at the major sectors in relation to the 200-day moving average. Well, let's take a look at TLS. Okay, so there's TSLS, guys. So if you're looking to short Tesla and you don't want to, short the actual stock, you can take a look at this and buy TSLS. This is the bear, only one times, not 1.5 times. So the bull is 1.5 times. This is only one time. So anyway, if you're looking to maybe short Tesla, you can buy this, and as I say, Morgan Stanley has put a downgrade on Tesla this morning. Yeah, so this is interesting. Yeah, this is kind of interesting to buy this one if you think that Morgan Stanley, at least for today, that Morgan Stanley downgrade is going to seriously affect Tesla. You can see that would have not have been the bet over multiple days. Okay, from 32 down to 20, basically. Things to do in Hawaii from our YouTube room. Why is AGLE too much? Well, just got to, I mean, whether it should be 81 cents, 661% increase, but their news is that they bought some company. Just, it's in the news, just in the news. Okay. They're acquiring privately held Spire Therapeutics. Now, again, whether you think that is warrants this run, of course not, but doesn't matter what we think. I don't see that as an earnings play, so it must not be showing up Must be a filter, not CMC from Real. CMC is an earnings play. Yeah, the volume is just not there yet. Interesting too, because this is pre-market. So you can see what happened yesterday. It got right down to closed. It touched the 200-day moving average yesterday, and now it's above it, closed above it. How much room does this have? Looks like 49.37 or so is the next high. If it can take that out, then it's got some room to about 54. Not saying we're not saying it's getting there, of course, but however, with this market being weakening right now, my certainly my bias is to short these pops here. There you go, just made another new high. I mean, my goodness, could it get to $1? If it gets to $1, it's going to, believe it or not, even though it's already up 738%. In fact, it got to $1. Got to $1.04. Wow. Incroyable. Unbelievable, guys. 10 cents. Sleepy little stock, 12-cent stock, 10-cent stock, doing absolutely nothing for weeks on end. Anybody who was holding this, waking up this morning is thinking, my goodness, I just won the lottery. Of course, unless they had bought it up at 5 and was holding it forever. So I didn't do anything in the pre-market today, nothing in the pre-market, and typically will not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to see what happened. Now, what happened to Cures? Qure. This was the one that, I probably should have taken closer to the open, but had I known that there wasn't really very much support anywhere. So Cure is just kind of hanging around its close of yesterday, Qure. So ALVR, well, this is shortable for me also. So ALVR, it's a financing, and it's quite well below now. 375 is the financing price. So it's getting away from that financing price. That is the ALVR. All right, guys, less than a minute to this open. Well, I can't rely on you anymore, William. Take a look at AI and what it's doing right now. I think it's holding around that 38-cent mark, or 38 cent, $39 mark. Sorry, $37 mark, $38 mark. So the next low looking left on the weekly certainly is way down here at 30. So we're not saying it's going to get there, of course, but on the daily, maybe some support around 36. It's certainly weakening and weakening. I mean, it almost got up to 50. And here we go, guys. We're now open. So let me get rid of this. We're now open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And we have our first halt of the day, and this is halted on the way down. LCFY halted on the way down. So that party is over. ALVR again moving further away from that financing price. Mara, bit of a pop here, guys, for Mara, MARA. Has been very strong, of course, with the Bitcoin rise. Bit of a pop, nothing huge, but high yesterday was 1291 or so. So I was looking at this Troop Canyon TRUP as a potential short, but I notice it's popping here. So it's come off the bottom here, 1933, 2105 now. Again, they got California said we will not agree to a rate increase, so that caused this one to go down. TRUP. I don't think so for the year, Christy. Or no, I don't think so. We have the P and L here, but I don't think you can't. I don't believe you can do it for the year. All right, guys. I'm just so AI actually had a pop, guys. AI actually had a bit of a pop, $38. Overstock on the move here a little bit, but the pre-market high was almost 25, 24.50 or so, and it pulled back, starting to move a little bit here. They put in that low bid for whatever was left of Bed Bath and Beyond. I think they got it at 21 million. All right. For some reason, I've got an alert for CHPT charge point, and that's on the way down. Lifetime low now. It is CHPT lifetime low. So much for this. Okay, now Root is, you know, talk about a merger or a buyout, but right now this is moving down. I mean, it's still up 40%, but moving down now. Well, ASLN in the pre-market looked pretty good, up to $5, but now down to 350. They had some kind of news about a deal. It was like a Japanese company, yeah, Japanese a company, a licensing deal. Obviously, that looked interesting. Market popped on that news, but look at this. Almost like they're going into a or going to announce a financing or something. KBH is an earnings play, guys. KBH is an earnings play. Did not see it. I guess the volume was too low or something. KBH is an earnings play. SPR moving on the way down here, guys. Spirit on the way down. Spirit Aero Systems on the way down, moving down. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Looks like there could be some support around 20, just over 25, about 25 to 25.30 or so. Don't see any news on this one. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Just too early for me to take it though. Now, if it takes this out right here, this 25.45, look out below. Okay, Algoma, ASTL, earnings play, 639 looks like the next low looking left on the weekly chart. 662 on the daily. But it's early. Yeah, Pixie on the move now, guys. Pixie is on the move. PIXY on the move. Can't see any news on this one. Looks like it's coming into the resistance area right now. Looks like around 317, 320-ish. And that's kind of where it's stalled. Just look at the daily chart. Boy, Root is taking a tumble here. This is a key area for to try to hold around 13 for Root, ROOT. Remember what I was saying? That even though that private company is suggesting they should sell themselves for 19 something, it doesn't mean it's ever going to happen. Okay, guys, so I noticed that LCFY came out of its halt. VCIG. Now this has been active. Is it? Yeah, look at this. VCIG just got halted, guys. So super active a couple of days ago. Got up to 11 something. Yesterday's high was 611. Let's see if it gets over 611 VCIG. So it's been halted right now, though. SPR guys did not take this short. It was just a little too early for me to pounce on it. But look at this SPR breaking down through that pretty key level of 2540-ish. You're right. No shorts available. Interactive brokers. Well, maybe it's a good thing for root, ROOT. All right, guys, just watching. See what's happening with AI. Oh, JJ, very hard for me to know that. Now, first of all, when you say doesn't pop up on the trigger, as yesterday, you're going to have to find the window. I mean, it's hard for me to know. I mean, you're going to have to find the window that's happening. You can take a look. If you click on Windows and Show All, you'll see all. You should see all your windows. Okay, all like including that alert window that you say is not popping up and it's giving a sound. Now, the thing is that it could be hidden behind, another window. You just can't see it. Hard for me to know. That could be what it is. It could be hidden behind a window. But what I would do is I would click on Windows and Show All, and then you should be able to see all of your windows, even the ones that are hidden. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts. So I see that AI had a pop, but is now down below again, 38. So that was a short-lived pop. Take a look at this VCIG and where could it open? So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt at 576. You can't see the symbol, but this is a VCIG. There's a projected open 603 or so. Doesn't have to be there, of course. There it goes, guys. Open, just opened. It's above. Yesterday's high was 608. Shoot. Wanted to get some. I missed it. But it's wild. 2 million in the flow. So it's going to be awfully pretty wild. Let's see if it takes out that high again. The high of yesterday was 608. Okay, good. I was able to get some. I made a mistake when I was trying to sell it, but I was able to sell some. I almost said a bad word. And I'm talking about the VCIG. Okay, now the key, can it hold this level and maybe, maybe take a run at this high over here? Not ever saying it's going to get up to 1138, but even it got even close to 7. SMCI, any news? Let's take a look at SMCI. No news that I can see. It's a semi, of course, but all right, guys. KTOS. Now this is just showed up on a price alert. The low yesterday was 1369. Hey guys, KTOS. I mean, this if this holds underneath 15 for any length of time, the VWAP is 1513, so it's underneath the VWAP right now. And let's just see if this holds underneath 15 for any length of time, because if it does, this could have a nice drop. Yesterday's low was 1371, so it's over $1 away. Case is an earnings play, guys. SCS is an earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average, the next high looking left on the weekly, though, is around 8. So to me, that's just too much resistance. And that is for the SCS. I wish there was more room looking left, but it is through the 200-day moving average, SCS. This ROIV, any sort of a move, yeah, too choppy. Meds just, okay, resumed actually, or resumed, and then it got halted. So this is halted again, MEDS. Okay, so obviously Tesla shares are rising a bit, guys. This was the potential to if you wanted to short Tesla, you could have bought TSLS. This is the bear one time. JP Morgan Stanley or Morgan Stanley put a downgrade on them, but so it's up still a little bit here. Let's take a. I would keep an eye on this one, depending on what Tesla does. Well, RNAS guys, RNAZ, all-time low now. All-time low, pretty cheap though, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it is pretty darn cheap. RNAZ, Z. BCRG guys said coming close to that 7 level. Okay, so SPR actually had a pretty big bounce. I mean, it had that short all the way down to 25, but it has bounced $1 now. SPR could not see any news on this. Spirit shut down to halt work at Wichita as union votes to strike. Okay, so that was the news for Spirit SPR. Showing up on my option scanner, SHC, but look left. Well, wait a minute. Maybe it's got some room. 1769 looks like the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it's got a little bit of room. SHC has a little bit of room. And that's showing up on my option scanner. Oh yeah, lot of shorts for SPR, 6.7 million at Interactive Brokers then. Well, look at SHC, guys. I'm not in it. I'm just a little reluctant because it's so close to that whole number. But look at this SHC showing up on my option scanner. Is what I'm talking about right there. So there was the alert at 1680 at 9:52. Unfortunately, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Root. There it is, 1368, 1318 now, but there were no shorts available for me. Man. Oh man is right. I that's my sound alert for this is oh man. And look at this 1368, now 1283, 87. Just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. For Root. Hey guys, maybe keep an eye on TRUP. Okay, it did have a pop up, but this is basically there's no support that I could see. I mean, I went back many years. I don't see any support really for this TRUP. Um, it got as low as what 1935 pre-market. It did pop up here to 21, but it's pulling back down. And the news on this one is that basically California said no go to a rate increase for TRUP. Ah, no shorts now. There were shorts available earlier for TRUP at Interactive Brokers. No shorts now. Oh well. Yes, it is not just testing it. Take it past the test. VC. I have a little bit left, guys. I mean, I've sold most of that VCIG. It's pretty whippy, but I wanted to hold on just in case it does something really crazy. Yeah, there it goes. Wow. Wow. Well, next again, not saying it's getting there, but there's your next high. That's kind of the magnet, okay, that traders look at. They're not, nobody is saying it's going to get to 1138. I'm just saying that's what traders see was the high 2 days ago. There's real CMC that he mentioned in the pre-market. Let's see, very close. Well, actually, I mean, if it can take out 50, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 54. Wow. 621 was my initial entry on VCIG, and I sold some almost immediately around 650, and now I'm just kind of hanging on to see what happens. Well, didn't take this one. Guess I should have. SHC from the option scanner. Wow. So let's take a look at this option scanner, guys. So root obviously worked out well. SHC working out incredibly well. I don't know if there's even shorts available for me for FNGR. Very few. 10,000 right now at Interactive Brokers. All right. Took some. I took some of the FNGR short. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get closer down to this low of yesterday. Pretty tight stop on this one, guys. If it's not going to work, well, like almost right now, if it's not going to, there's a spread issue now too. Okay, guys, all out of the VCIG. Okay, all out, all out, all out. Could not hold seven very well, so the minute was starting to drop down through seven. Not going to play around with it. We look at it later on, but I'm all out of it now. Did you mean SPR, William, instead of SOR? I think you probably meant SPR, right? Okay. So the trade of the week was SOUN, but I don't think it triggered. It didn't have that pullback to the level. I mean, it worked, if you didn't wait for the pullback, but this one just opened or halted again. Sorry, MEDS just halted again. Well, interesting. Through the 200-day moving average now, 827. So it's through the 200-day moving average, halted again. Let's take a look left on that weekly chart to see what we can see. The next high looking left looks like about 925. Is that right? About $9 is the next high looking left. So it's very close to that. If it can get through that, then the next high is around 12 for MEDS. Oh, 5 million in the float. Don't see any news on this one. Wait a minute. I don't have my headline. Don't see any news for MEDS. Well, look at is what's happening with Bitcoin, guys. What's happening with Bitcoin? The reason I ask is that I have one of my thumbnail charts is Mara. No, nothing dramatic, but look at Mara. Mara is taking a bit of a header here. MARA. All right, guys, I'm getting close to dumping that finger short FNGR. All right. Good morning. Well, it depends where you live, but good morning, McKenna. Is she a budding stock player? Okay, guys, I'm waiting on this finger, FNGR, just to see if it can. I don't want to see it get into the mid 90s. This was shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers, the SHC. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the FNGR short. Took a small loss on that one. I will take a look at it again if it gets back down to the 280. So that's what I should do. She's only 5. Well, she's got time. Yeah, so I have an alert set for 275 on the FNGR. There was the alert at 279 to short. So I'm going to take, I'll keep an eye on it later on for later on. The UK still looks pretty strong, guys. Well, I'm sorry, I have a late, I'm looking at something that's late. So steel case, SCS. Now, there's the VWAP. 773 is the VWAP. If it takes out that, well, let's first of all, let's see if it holds. I mean, it's got a bunch of stuff happening. The 200-day moving average and the VWAP basically the same, 772, 773. So lots of interesting action right where it is. Will it hold and bounce and continue higher? Yeah, problem I've got is that looks like 8 is fairly tough to get through. Now, iRobot, isn't this a buyout? Isn't IRBT, wasn't that a planned buyout? In fact, I could have sworn that 3 days ago, the European Union basically said, or the UK basically said okay to the Amazon purchase of it, but now European Union expected to open full scale investigation. So much for that. So much for that. So there's IRBT moving down on that news and through the 200-day moving average. But the news, again, 3 days ago, the news was that I think the UK gave it the okay. And now the European Union though is now coming in and saying no go, or well, we're going to investigate. So that is iRobot, IRBT. This is just stalling. Well, not quite. I was going to say, wow, what a bounce. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. This is really, really gyrating up and down right now, guys. This IRBT. Well, the next low looking left. I mean, that was when the news hit that the UK said okay to the Amazon buyout. Went from 42 up to 50. Got to be more to this story. Whoa, look at this one, guys. Newell, NWL, all-time low. NWL, all-time low. No news on this one, I don't think, but it's just an all-time low now for Newell, NWL. Look at this break on the weekly chart. I don't see any specific news for this one today, but again, all-time low now for Newell, NWL. Wow, look at Pixie. I mean, that was briefly good, but wow, what a sell-off now for Pixie, PIXY. Again, you really have to manage these trades, guys. You get into these real erratic ones, low float. Okay, now Finger, FNGR, starting to get my interest again. Look at the SPY, guys. Wow, look at the SPY. Huge recovery, not huge recovery, but a recovery now. How do you link your charts to a specific alert? So you put the alert. So if I want to put an alert for NWL, say right down here. Look, I may be misreading or not quite understanding your question. So basically you can put a price alert on the chart. So I've created the price alert, 782. Okay, see that blue line now on my chart? If it hits, then my price alerts window is going to pop up on my screen. You know what I mean? So you can see right at the bottom here, right at the bottom here, there's the NWL alert or alert price at 782. So if it hits 782, my price alert screen, my price alert window is going to pop up on my screen. I'll see it right at the top. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Oh, it's just a matter of linking. Okay. So you only have two options with the charts. If I right click on the chart and click on properties, there's symbol linking is either checked or unchecked. Okay. So for instance, my SPY chart is unchecked. That's why it doesn't change. Okay. So that's checked. So if I click on ONCY, okay, that's why this moves, or this is why, so it's linked. Okay. So only two options. Right click on the chart, go to properties, and symbol linking is either checked or unchecked. Okay. Okay. That makes sense, Rory? Well, this one from yesterday, guys, I know they were talking about this in the YouTube room. NAAS, okay? NAAS through the 200-day moving average now. The next low looking left is, wow, it's got a dollar. It's got a dollar to the next low looking left for NAAS, I think. 429 is the low, yeah. 536 right now. So it has room to move down, NAAS. I think it's going to get there, but this is definitely weak and it's through the 200-day moving average. That is NAAS, China stock, relatively low float, 18 million in the float. Look at AI, guys. So AI is having again, it's doing its thing, up, down, up, down, up, down, but now up. So the high today was 38, around 39. So it's right at that level. Well, the high, not including the current candle. So just over 39 is the high, 39.08. I mean, if it gains more traction, 44 was the high yesterday. All right, guys, I'm kind of watching this Newell NWL. Let me see if it has any sort of a move down. It's basically an all-time low, as opposed, well, obviously today's low would be the all-time low, but I want to see if it stalls at the VWAP 795 and then moves down from there. Carvana, CVNA. Let's take a look at Carvana. Now that is something to do with Root, but certainly not Root's not helping it. High looking left yesterday was about 25 for Carvana. This in the pre-market. This is a gold play. I usually shy away from these, but this is a gold play. USA, USAU, US gold. Yeah, to me, that looks like there's too much resistance right around the 5 level, to me anyway. All right, well, let's take a look at this I don't know, this conversion with AMC, etc. I guess it's going ahead. Ape shares are trading higher, possibly in reaction to a recommendation from Special Master Corinne Elise Amato on the objections raised in relation, etc. Whatever. I'm sorry, guys, I can't get this. Anyway, Ape is at the 200-day moving average now. Well, this SHC may not be over. I mean, it had the pullback right to the VWAP, and it bounced off the VWAP. And so it's hanging around the 1730 mark. Problem is, where is the next high? 1712 is there. 1769 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. That's almost where it got to. Look at that. Got right to that, almost to the penny. In fact, right to the penny. 769 is today's high. 1769 is today's high. And look at that high right there, 1769. Yeah, it's too bad with the SOUN because I mean, normally Steve doesn't do when he's the originator of the trades of the week. And in this particular one, he said, wait for a pullback and never hit that pullback price. Now, you didn't have, if you thought it was good, you could have taken it immediately, I suppose. But okay, guys, this ROIV is actually on the move a little bit more now. I was watching it earlier. They did have some news. ROIV, it's a big float, but this has got some room, I guess. Nice break on the daily, ROIV. Probably won't be dramatic. Like, I mean, it's, with that float, 411 million in the float, it's probably not going to have a dramatic move, but nonetheless, I back this weekly chart out. Let's take a look where the next high is. Yeah, it looks like 1220 is the next high. 1220 is the next high on the weekly chart for ROIV. So obviously it has some room. And they did have some news today. So it is moving on news. So the pre-market high is up here around 11. So that could stall it for a while. Okay, if it gets up to that area. And that's for the ROIV. Okay, so SOUN, of course, is an AI play. I'm going to call it an AI play. Take a look at some of the other AI plays like BBAI. See if they're moving at all. BBAI, minor move. How about CXAI? CXAI? Yeah, that one is moving at all. CXAI? No. So if SOUN can be considered, I know it has AI in the name, and I think it was billed as an AI play way back here. So this one is moving though. Cantor Fitzgerald maintained it with an overweight and a target of 6.2, $6.20. ROIV, guys, on the move. ROIV. You know what? I forgot about KTOS. How much further down from 1490 is it? Oh, not much. Okay, so still have room here, guys. Still have some room here. It had a little pop up. Look at that VWAP. It tried to get to the VWAP. Well, it did get to the VWAP, but bounced down off it, and that is KTOS. Hmm. Overstock, guys. Overstock. Putting a little bit of a move here. Overstock. OSTK. Oh, those poor misguided souls who thought that somehow BBYQ would emerge somehow from bankruptcy and do something. All the nonsense that you see on Twitter about it. Oh, man. Anyway, all right, guys. I'm just kind of checking some of my thumbnail charts, see if anything is interesting. Let's see if this Pixie has any sort of a bounce in it. PIXY has any sort of a bounce in it. There's a big sell-off, got up to 323, basically sold off over $1. Hey guys, CMC is again an earnings play. It's actually also an AI alert. Let's take a look. 49.39 is the high. So, for me, if I can get through 50, the next high is 50.81. I mean, it's not that. Oh, there's the finger. FNGR, FNGR. I think my problem with this one now is that, it had the big run yesterday. Actually had a nice run earlier this morning. People probably are maybe more looking for a bounce on this than a complete sell-off down to the yesterday's low. So I may just forego it. Okay, let's take a look at some of these races here. MGOL, again, very choppy action and a lot of stuff, guys. Not seeing strong trends for the things that I'm seeing here anyway. I they don't have to keep moving higher candle after candle, but don't want to see big red candles basically wiping out the previous big green candle. Makes it very difficult. Okay, guys, CMC now over 50 has a little bit of room. Little more room on the weekly, okay? A little more room on the weekly chart. $54. So CMC, it's through that important, my opinion anyway, important psychological level of 50. Well, guys, things are just kind of stuck right here. Some of the ones I'm waiting on. I'm kind of waiting on the KTOS. I mean, it's through 15, but it's just hanging around underneath 15, not really moving. I'm liking the CMC. I like that if it holds over 50 for any length of time, I think it's obviously got some room. I mean, the next high is 50.81 on the daily, but on the weekly, it's 54. So, and it's an earnings play. So, and it's strong. Another, excuse me, halt and resume for MEDS. Yeah, overstock is, it's creeping up here, guys. OSTK. Now, look at this daily chart. I have to back the weekly out to see what sort of 2390 on the weekly. That's the next high looking left. So it's got some room. 2390 is the next high looking left. Oh, wait a minute. Yep, that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 2380. 2380 is the next high for overstock. Okay, guys. Well, listen, the CMC is holding 50. I'm liking this a little bit more. The longer it holds 50, need some volume coming in, six times normal volume, but it's an earnings play. Okay, guys. Well, while I'm waiting on this CMC, let's take a look at my homepage. And also, if you want to take out a subscription, I'll give you a link, an easy link right now. All right, so I just put the test drive link in. Just put the test drive link in. So this is what you'll see when you click on that promo, 25% off. Okay. There's the promo to use, test drive 25, test drive all in caps. It runs out at the end of the month. That's why we have this countdown to 8 days, etc. Okay. So it does run out at the end of the month. What I would do is this: if you're unsure about this program, whether or not you do want to take out a subscription, don't go annual. You can always go monthly and you'll get the discount, the 25% discount off the first month only. And if within 25 days, though, you do decide you wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. You select your subscription. We have the four plans with the annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So there's the monthly 228, 118, less the 25% for the first month only. But again, you can maintain a monthly subscription if that's what you want. There's no problem, of course. But obviously, going annual, it'll save you on a per month basis if you've got the money up front. Okay. And the big difference is the AI. AI is not too active today, but this is why I'm looking at the CMC right here. Okay. There's ONSI right there, not doing too much, but okay. So that's why I'm interested in the CMC, not because it's AI specifically. We knew about it before, but it's an earnings play. I use the AI like a watch list. Okay, that's what it means to me. Now let me get my homepage link in. All right, now if you click on my homepage link, you also can take out a subscription here. Okay, same thing. There's the promo code. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. And obviously, you've got to know what the scans are all about. So there's the introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Also, clicking on my homepage link, Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading, a great course for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week. It is SOUN. The problem is that it was waiting for a pullback that never happened. So, but it is free. You can sign up for it. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Big education section is here. If you click on the user guide, a lot more detail about certain things like the alert windows, top list windows, and all about stock racing. If you click on the stock racing, you'll have 4 videos that will explain what stock racing is all about. Race startup, race configuration, all clickable. There's that getting started series again. Now, daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. Now, normally it would be Steve today, but he was on yesterday. He's on vacation now. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room today between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie. And last on my homepage. Now, if what you want are my scans, so if you click on my homepage link, you scroll down and here are the scans that I am sharing. Okay. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This is the race that you see. The speaker's gain is from the open. You'll hear me talk about the breakdowns and breakouts, and then my options plays, which I'm really starting to warm up to again. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. Somebody asked me yesterday, do I get credit for a sale if you use my promo code? Yes, I do. So I would appreciate it if you do. If you do want to take out a subscription, use my promo code. Click on that first link. That'll take you right to the subscription, or you can go into my homepage. If you save my homepage, then of course you'll have access to my scans and of course the education section. Oh, look at the SPY, guys. SPY is a big sell-off here. Look at this big red candle here. Okay, so question here in the YouTube room, Ninesh, how do I configure the stock race to track the most? Well, this is pretty active. These are stocks that are very active. Okay, this race right here, biggest gainers from the open. Now, open meaning the beginning of the race, the start of the race. I mean, this is a pretty active one. So, I mean, this is one I'm sharing on my homepage. You can take a look at that one, but these are very active stocks for sure. And this is what this race is based on. This biggest gainers from the open. So it's based on this. Not too many filters. So this is the top list that generates this race. So if I right click and configure, so as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum volume and up 2%, okay, from yesterday's close. So if stocks meeting these filter requirements, that's why these stocks appear. So any stock, then when the race starts, it's going to show you the stock that has moved the most percentage wise since the race starts. Though these can be very active stocks. So I would try that one, Nanesh. Nanesh, I mean, that's on my homepage. I mean, you can always adjust it too. I mean, if you want a different price range, remember all races start off from a top list window. So, I mean, if you don't like that price range, you want to make some other changes, go ahead. And then, of course, let's say all races start from a top list window, right click, launch the race. Okay. Well, I mean, let's just scroll through some of these. Okay. There's VCIG at the beginning. Okay. It won. Oops. Am I hung up? Okay, good. Not hung up. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, VCIG relative volume was 12.6, meds, 272. For stocks to be moving like a fair amount, you're going to have high relative volume. Pixie at the beginning, certainly, relative volume of 1300. Certainly, this race will capture usually stocks because how does a stock move, 5, 6, 8, 10% unless it's got a high relative volume? So I would try this one. There's ONSI 24. I'd be very surprised if you found one that was in probably at least five that is winning a race. Yeah, that's a pretty brutal red candle here. 15-minute candle on the SPY. Well, that of course was. I mean, you can take this. The biggest gainers from the open, okay, but now you want the biggest losers from the open. So you could do something like this. Here's the top list window, okay, and then flip it. Okay, so I would just flip it, configure, and flip. Okay, and what can be flipped will be flipped. So now these are stocks at least down 2% from yesterday's close, and you can run a race based on that. Now we do have, I don't know if it would have captured it here, but let's just take a look. If I click on new from our toolbar and then click on doc channel bar, okay, one of the channels is biggest losers. Let's just see. Going down, okay, and there's a race based on that. And you can maybe start off with this one, biggest losers today, as an example, okay? You can maybe start off with this one. Here's what it's based on. Open the top list. Sort of the same. I mean, the price is only $1, at least $1. 20, you may want to, adjust these volumes and all, but, down 2%. So a little bit like my race, okay? Obviously, I have a different price range and more minimum volume. And more than likely, at some point, iRobot would have shown up. Let's take a look at iRobot. Yeah, I mean, it's down 8%. The low float too, 26 million in the float. So more than likely, it would have been showing up as it was moving down. Certainly had the volume was there and it was down. Well, at this point, it had to be down 2%. Okay, guys, CMC, CMC. This might get it running now. CMC, maybe a bit of a run now for CMC. So again, overstock is just, it's inching its way up. I just don't see how it's going to be that drop. Though, you know what? The float is not that big, 44 million, but I'm just looking left and I think 24 could easily block it. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at FNGR. I mean, it's now kind of triggering for me, but I just don't think it'll be that dramatic or dynamic. Hey, IGMS. Okay, IGMS. First of all, any news? So interesting, guys. I mean, IGMS had a financing, but the financing was done at $8. So this is the reaction is very positive so far. Okay, because the price is 10 right now. So it got down to the financing price, and then I guess investor or traders or whatever are thinking, okay, we don't mind the fact you're raising this money at that price. The issue would be 1029 looks like the next high looking left, so it may stall there. MET-CB, don't know this one at all. This started trading as MET-CB in the pre-market, guys. So I don't know if this was a SPAC before. We have no news on this one. MET-CB. I can't really see any news on this one, MET-CB, but the fact that it was trading in the pre-market as MET-CB to me means that it was probably a SPAC that has turned into MET-CB today. And what a run. But no, hardly any volume though. And the only reason, of course, I see it is because I got halted. Ah. Well, CMC is, jeopardizing 50 again, or is in jeopardy of losing 50. Well, guys, Overstock continues to move higher here. I just don't know. Probably regret the fact I didn't take it, but I just think that the 24 level might stall it. Well, let's take a look at the four alerts from the options play. So there's the Overstock at 23.51.41, a bad 23.74. The FNGR is still hanging around that 279 mark. The SHC, of course, went from 1680 to about, I don't know, 1764. And then the root, which was unshortable for me. So all of these really have worked to a certain extent. I mean, except for the FNGR, it's kind of just hanging around. Again, these are ideas. Now, if you're wondering why it's called option plays, we're not scanning for options. What we're doing is we're looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So let's take a look at Overstock and see why this is showing up. You can see that Overstock option volume today, 12,000, almost 12 and a half thousand contracts, okay, puts and calls, which represents about 322% normal times normal, okay? Normal meaning what did it do over the average over the last 10 days? So over the last 10 days, again, it is 3.3 times normal. Okay, so that's why this is showing up. Finger probably doesn't trade very many options, but yeah, 2,800 options. But that's a huge increase in the average over the last 5 days. Sorry, 10 days. And then the SHC, huge. Doesn't trade very many options, only 1,500 today, but that's a huge increase, 44 times. And then look at root. So that's why these are showing up. So we're not scanning for the options as such. We're just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity, 20 times. Okay, so, and we get the question a lot. We don't scan for options, but oops, these are the option filters that we have. All right, CMC is starting to come back. And so you're right, the ROIV been a little bit choppy for me though. I'm gonna see if I want to take that one. So if I search on options, this is what's going to come up. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. This is what I was talking about. This option volume right here, contracts. That's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today, obvious. Put volume and call volume. This is the key filter, the option volume today percent. So again, if you put 300% as an example, or ratio of 300%, let's just say a stock has averaged 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. For you to see that stock today, if you use the filter of 300%, it will have to be at 15,000 contracts minimum. So again, zeroing in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So we have people who trade options who say, sure, that can help. At least it identifies, those stocks with abnormal option activity. We are not scanning for options as such. Hey, you know what? KBH is coming back. I don't know if it's positive yet, but it's actually coming back, guys. KBH is an earnings play. It's not positive yet. I'm saying it's going to get positive, but Okay, now the ROIV just showed up on the option scanner. Okay. ROIV just showed up on the option scanner. 1081 was the alert. I don't like the fact that it got all the way back down to 10. It's a pretty big float, 411 million in the float. I wouldn't have expected that big a drop or that much action, because it got up to 1077 and it got right back down to 1040. With that float, I would have thought, you wouldn't get these giant red candles and even giant green candles. And for those of you wondering, I keep talking about the float. The float's the available number of shares. Ah, and I didn't see your post, but now I thought, okay, can you explain the float? Not sure what you mean when you say that. I hadn't actually seen your post, so you read my mind. So the float is the available number of shares that can be traded. Okay, so typically, if you look at Microsoft or Amazon or Facebook, you will see that there is a certain number of shares outstanding. And so let's just take a look at. We'll take a look at Apple. Oops, give me a moment. Okay, so you see the float is 15.7 billion shares, but if you actually check how many shares are outstanding, how many were issued, it'll be more than 15.7 billion. So how do you get the float? The float is, so you take the number of shares outstanding and you start subtracting what we call the C-suiters, the CEO, the COO, CFO, etc., what they all own, big, large mutual funds, which of course are all over Apple, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you subtract from the shares outstanding, you subtract all of that and you get the float. The float then becomes in essence, what can be traded on a daily basis. Okay. So there's Apple. Now, when you look at a low float, let's take a look at, I don't know, let's take a look at Pixie, probably a low float. Yeah, so there's 9.2 million. Remember now, Apple had 15 billion, okay? This is 9 million. Now, for me, anything under 20 million is what I would consider, personally, what I consider a low float. If you're a person, though, that likes to trade Apple and Microsoft and all the large caps, you would think maybe 100 million would be a low float. So it all, you have a different perspective depending on what you normally trade. But anyway, so 9 million in the float is very low. That's the only reason a stock can go up 68%. Okay, and more. You'll see some, well, what like the one earlier today, the LCFY, which had only an insanely low float of 750,000, and it's still at 58%. But at one point, this was up to $21. And that the only reason is because of that float. So just think of it like this: the float is the supply of stock, okay, that can be traded, and then the amount of shares that are traded is the demand. So if there's high demand and a low supply, it's like any other commodity on earth, right? The stock is going to go, or the commodity price will go up. Okay. Low supply, high demand. Now, when you say, well, why is the demand high? It could be a number of reasons. It could be an earnings play, could have had some news, or you'll drive yourself crazy sometimes. You'll look for news and you can't find it. Somewhere, somebody's probably pumping it. And it hits scanners around the world, and we're no different. We're not pumping it, but we're just trying to take part. The problem, of course, with a low float is that as fast as they go up, they can come down equally as fast and even faster. So that's why you'll hear me say all the time, if you're in one of these low float stocks and you cannot wander away from your computer. You have to be glued to your computer. Hopefully that makes sense. was that other one this morning that went crazy? Yeah, so there's the VCIG. Okay, only 2 million in the float. Now there was a time where if you wow, look at it go. It just as I'm talking about it, there was a time where you just would not see floats of 2 million. Typically, what happens, the reason why the float is so low is that more than I can almost guarantee it, this stock has probably done some reverse splits in the past to reduce the number of shares outstanding. Okay. Now it's possible. I don't know. I mean, it looks like it started trading as VCIG. So this might have been an IPO here. You'll get some of these IPOs that we have tracked over the last several years. They issue very few shares, so the float is low to begin with. But a lot of times you'll see a low float and you'll realize it, or especially if you look at a weekly chart, a monthly chart, you'll see some price of like $2,000. Well, it never was at 2,000, but that would be split adjusted. Don't want to overcomplicate it, okay? But meanwhile, why am I not in VCIG again? And look at the volume, 14 million. Okay, so this is what now we call float turnover. If you divide the float into that volume, this has turned the float over 7 times now. Okay. And the other thing that can really affect a stock moving is if you had a high short float percent. In this particular case, there isn't one, mainly because, more than likely because not a lot of brokers have shorts available to short this, but sometimes you'll see, short float percents of 40%, 50%. I mean, it's not common, which means that if a stock is all of a sudden moving and 50% of the float is short, meaning that there are people there that are betting that the stock is going down, when a stock starts to move against them in a big way, what happens? Well, they panic and they have, eventually they say, oh my gosh, I got to get out of this. And they have to buy stock to cover their short position, which kind of fuels the buying frenzy. Again, hmm, look at KTOS now, guys. Okay, KTOS is now starting to break down a little bit more. Yeah, so here's the short. I mean, I'm just bringing this one up, okay? Bed Bath and Beyond. What if, out of nowhere, it's not going to happen, but somebody said, you know what, we want to buy them and we're going to prop their stock up and all that. I mean, 18% float is short. I'm surprised it's that low, okay? But if all of a sudden, if something happened with that, and it's not going to, okay, don't get me wrong, it's not going to, and people who are short this, depending where they were short, they could be short from $10 down. But you get that high short per percent. If the stock all of a sudden starts to really, really move, you just get people that are going to say, I'm going to cover my position. Covering the position means you're buying the stock. Okay, guys. So 11:11, I am taking my break in about 45 minutes. Should be Jamie. I'm sure Jamie, I don't know, maybe Jamie's even listening. Sometimes he actually listens into this. I mean, here's a great example. I mean, low float LCFY. Okay. So yeah, it got up to what? $22. Look at it now. Why? Because there's no interest anymore in this. And so, it's just selling right off. I mean, wouldn't surprise me if this went negative. It really wouldn't. Problem with this one for me, not that I would really want to do it, but there are no shorts available. And I say I really wouldn't want to do it because, all of a sudden this can turn around. I don't mean getting back up to 22, but all of a sudden, you're going to get maybe some bottom fishers coming in that could pop the stock $2 or $3 just like that. So I typically just shy away from these, on the short side, even if there were shorts available. In this particular case, at Interactive Brokers, there were no shorts available. And understanding 750,000 shares in the float is insanely low. Okay. We never used to see this, but I don't know when this started. Maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. And when we started seeing these ones with less than a million in the float, never used to see that. And now it's halted on the way down. Now, what about CISS? Probably a low float. Yeah, such a low float, we don't even have any information on it. So this started trading as CISS today. So it actually was trading in the pre-market. So this looks like another one of these SPACs. Okay, so this is a short idea from the AI guys, IGMS. Now, here's the deal. There's the VWAP 975. So, will that hold it? All right, thank you for that one, Denver. This is obviously affecting the XLF. That information, Fed may raise capital requirements for big banks by 20%. So this is definitely affecting that sector, XLF, the ETF for it. Guys, we took forever, ever to get back up to the 200-day moving average. Hit it 3 days ago and closed just below it. But now we're starting to drift away from it again. That blue line on the daily chart, that's the 200-day moving average. Starting to drift away from it again. Of course, it got knocked down when we had the regional bank crisis. And it is Jamie. Okay, Jamie, thank you. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. Yeah, I mean, the only way to trade the VCIG, you cannot take too many shares. The reason being is that where are you going to put your stop? Okay, you trade a VCIG. So if you put your stop, I mean, even at the VWAP, okay, which is 685, you're talking what? Well, right now you're talking about 45 cents. Okay, so that's a pretty wide stop for me anyway on a $7 stock. But if you have a tighter stop, you'll just get whipped out of your position. And remember, so you take fewer shares, wider stop, because remember, you still always have to manage your risk. So, I mean, if you took this trade and it didn't work, how much you actually willing to lose on the trade? $100, $200, $500, whatever your account size is will dictate that. Okay, so well, guys, I think I'm going to get bounced out of my CMC. It's just not. I'm just watching it right now at 50, 50.03. I'm going to get bounced out of it. Takes out 50. I'm done. Well, guys, I blew it on Overstock for sure. Did not think it would move that much. So here, if you're wondering, well, where could I have seen Overstock? Okay, OSTK. Well, I'm going to show you two places where you could have seen it. Certainly earlier, Overstock hit my at 9:32 at $23. Okay, in the 10-day daily breakout, and there it is at 23.41 on the option scanner. Okay, so there's two areas in which you could have seen it. And I show this because people say, well, where could I, what scanner would have picked that up? And most of the time that something has moved, most of the time, one of my scanners will have picked it up. The other place you could have seen it is in the 20. This is a top list, just especially when things get a little bit slow. I like to take a look at this. These are stocks making 20-day highs and above with other filters in place, of course. Oh yeah, I don't care about that on a short. I know what you mean. Yeah, and it's at 11:11 too. I mean, it might come back 23.80. I mean, it might come back, but right now, and where else? Probably obviously in the momentum scanner. Every time Overstock will make a new high, you'll see it at the top here. So many places in which you would see Overstock. So even on CISS, Yeah, you're right. There are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so Steelcase actually got over 8. Yeah, it did. Earnings play for Steelcase, SCH, sorry, SCS. Well, the only good thing I can say about CMC is that it is trying to hold 50. It almost bounced me under the trade, but it's trying to hold 50. Even this one, guys, this SHC. I mean, it has been a star. Look how well it's held the VWAP. Look, every time it has dropped into the VWAP, it's popped off it. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to happen for the rest of the day, but that VWAP has definitely held it. Speaking of the VWAP, let me just do something here. Okay, good. I was wondering if the VWAP. So there's the VWAP for SMC or CMC. So certainly it's above it and it's not coming into it. Boy, look at Overstock, guys. Just a monster. Yeah, I'm sure what Shady is saying also. I mean, you're looking at a 2 minute. I mean, I look, far be it for me to tell anybody how to trade, but I may, if I were you, I would probably not look any less than a 5 just to see. Okay. Me, I'm basically looking at 15-minute charts, but I would probably experiment a little bit with at least a 5-minute chart. 2 minutes, probably that's why you're getting knocked out of trade so quickly. Hey, I was there, Denver, for years and years and years. I only had a 2 minute chart, and I mean years before my days at Trade Ideas. So how do you get a chart to automatically follow the winners of a race without having to click on the winner? Well, if you're asking, will a chart load automatically? If you're talking about these ones here, it won't. Okay. So if you're saying, because, well, here's the deal also. Right now Wiles is winning a race, okay? And all of a sudden another stock could be winning a race, and that's planting, and then all of a sudden another one. I think you drive yourself crazy if it would automatically just show you the one that is winning the race on a chart. I mean, depending how active the race is, but there is no way. Okay, just the bottom line is there's no way. You can't have wilds automatically load into a chart. Nope. Not even the last one, no. So there's wilds just wanna race, WLDS just wanna race. Will it load automatically into a chart? No. You cannot force it to do that. I mean, personally, I mean, I guess there'd be, I mean, maybe it'd be nice. Look at the Spy guys. This is incredible choppy action now. Look at the Spy on a 15-minute chart. Imagine on a 1-minute chart. When you have a higher time frame, you usually smooth things out a bit, but boy, topping tails, bottoming tails, left and right. Now, there is a way in which you can have charts load automatically, but it doesn't, but not from races. Okay. So if you have if the surfing, which I never use, but I mean, it's there. What surfing will do, it'll go through. I've just put surfing on now. What it'll do is it'll go through all the top list windows that you have open. Okay. And it's doing something crazy. I can see right off the bat here. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. See how it's moving this over. But what happens, I can't really demonstrate it. What happens is it'll go through all your top list windows, okay? And it'll load the top three as you have them sorted. So it'll look at a top list window, go through the top three as you have them sorted. This is from the 20-day range high. And then it'll move on to the next top list window, and then the next one, and the next one. If you have a price alerts window up and running, it'll go again through the top three as you have them sorted, automatically loading the charts. Okay. But it does not include this race. And to stop it from loading, you just have to go to the chart, or obviously this is a toggle on and off. But that doesn't answer your question specifically about, how would it load anything from the race? It can't. Not automatically. Somebody said this one dropped. Not really much. SCS Timber, really? I mean, I sort of see what you mean. It was at 804 and it got down to 794, but it's regaining 8 again. Well, CAMC will make my day if it can move. That's all I can say. I've had the patience on this one and the only reason I have patience on it, there's only one reason. Well, I guess there are two reasons. It's an earnings play, so my feeling is that it'll be active all day. I mean, the volume has sort of dried up a bit, but I feel it'll be active all day. And then again, looking left, not so much on the on the daily chart, but on the weekly chart, there appears to be a lot of room. So, I'm in at what, 15? Yeah, 50, 15. So that's why I was saying if it broke down through 50, I was going to be out of that trade. And as I'm talking about it, go, you little son of a gun. Oh, again, guys, how I and look at Onsi. So how I use the AI is a watch list. I actually lost sight of the Onsi. Onsi's not bad. In 249, 262, 5%. This one on the IGMS, I think I saw that the VWAP was very close. So, but finally, I mean, this is not a big move. Oh, it's 1%, but and this could turn into a short later, guys. If Overstock finally starts to giving it up, I'd be looking at that 2380 level. In fact, before I forget about it, let me just put that price alert there. All right, so I just created a price alert for Overstock at 2380 and see if it gets back down there. And Real is so correct. He's talk. I know you guys have been talking paradox, and you guys have been kind of back and forth about trading styles. And the bottom line is, if it works for you, nobody here should ever be saying you shouldn't trade like that. Okay. No, the only thing I'll ever say is that you should have a stop. Okay. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for you and have a manageable loss expectation. You can't go into a trade without knowing how much are you willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work. Other than that, people, if they're, look, I use so few indicators, but I would never tell somebody, well, because I don't use indicators, you shouldn't. Because I don't use level two, you shouldn't. Because I don't like to trade stocks over, generally speaking, over $50, you shouldn't. And Real's talking about the fibs. I mean, I don't use fibs. Real uses them all the time. In fact, somebody yesterday was asking about our fib alerts, and you weren't in the room. And I said, well, your fibs are going to be very different from probably our fibs. And we're not talking about lies. All right, Beyond Meat. You're making me look at Beyond Meat. Now, Beyond Meat, of course, yesterday we had that report that eventually we'll be able to grow lab meat or something. But this is years and years off. Now I understand that there are some lab creations that have been sold in Singapore, I think since 2020 or 2021, but we're way off. I mean, years and years, they say. which in theory would affect Beyond Meat. Yep, lab meat grown from cells. All right, come on, CMC. Yeah, but Beyond Meat is definitely doing something. Yes. Yeah, I'm just going to keep moving this price not target, just my price alert. Meanwhile, my goodness, SHC. Now, why didn't I take this one? I'm trying to remember why I didn't take this one. There's no news on this one that I can see. Oh, so this is a settlement. Okay, so this is one of these settlement cases. So they agreed to pay $400 million to settle hundreds of these cases, ethylene oxide cases. I don't know anything about this. So I guess the point is this, is that maybe the 400 million is less than what they thought it would be, or finally we've got this behind us. I don't know. We see this a lot though. You see companies paying out what looks to me anyway like exorbitant sums of money, and the stock goes up. Well, that'll be a classic taste test. Okay, we'll put some lab-grown chicken in front of you and some Anderson household cooked chicken, and you tell me which is better. This is the other one, guys. So Beyond Meat is whoops, IMPF. Okay, this email that I got, I thought Impossible Burger IMPF, but maybe that doesn't. I don't know where it trades. It looks like the symbol should have been IMPF, Impossible Burger, but obviously it doesn't trade on U.S. exchange or. So they're saying this one is more of a pure play stock, okay, for lab grown meats, STKH. So you put all your money in this and hold on for 5 years, and maybe you'll be rich. Kidding, kidding, guys. Okay, but probably a pink sheet. No, no, it's an Israeli stock. It's not pink. So they're saying the growth of lab-based meat could also eventually be of interest to Hormel, HRL, Bridgeford, BRID, Cisco, SYY, and Pilgrim's Pride, PPC. This is way down the road. Wonder why it had a symbol, William. Why would it say that? This is what I'm talking about. If you click on that, this is what I saw this morning. Oops. Just give me a moment. Let me get rid of that. There we go. So that's why I thought it was a symbol, IMPF. All right, now look what else is showing up on the option scanner, guys. I'm loving this. I understand that this will be way more active also. Not that I necessarily want it to be way more active, but it'll be way more active when we get into earnings season. I'm loving this again because when we get into earnings season, that's when you're going to see a lot of stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So this is nothing to do with earnings, other than I don't even think any of these are earnings plays. So Jamie, if you're listening, I would look at this one, my option plays. Oh, thank you, Peter. So Peter is saying that an Impossible Foods IPO is coming up. Thank you for that. I've had a Beyond Burger and an Impossible Burger, and I did not like Beyond. I didn't mind Impossible. This is a few years ago, whenever they. Yeah, Poe, everything you see in Star Trek will eventually come true. Unfortunately, we probably won't live long enough to see it, but everything you see. Okay, guys, now keep an eye on the IGMS, okay? The IGMS, the VWAP is at 975. Well, it's breaking down now through that VWAP, 975. I mean, this has a shot to get down to $9, I guess. The low looking left is, I was so close to trading this out. I was within about 5 cents of getting rid of this CMC. And if I'd been Denver, I'm sure I would have been out of it. I'm trying to make you wince a little bit there, Denver. Okay, guys, it's 11:45. So in about 15 minutes, Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room. So what I'll do now is I will put the YouTube link in. He's not there yet, but I'll just put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Now, Jamie is, and he doesn't mind my telling you this. He's way more of a scalper. Okay. I mean, he'll go into some of these things, take 5 or 10,000 shares and try to make 4 or 5 cents. I'm not saying every single time and every trade, of course, but that certainly is not my style. My point is that heading over between the 12 and 1, when I get over to YouTube, while I take my break, you'll be you'll see different styles of trading. We have typically on Monday we have Chris Varley. On Tuesday we have Michael Noss. Wednesday generally is Jamie, but he and Steve swapped. And then on Thursday, normally it'd be Steve. And then on Friday, it's Andy. So we have 5 different traders, 5 different trading styles. Okay. I can't tell you how impressed I am by this SHC. Not as impressed as I would be if I were in it, but nonetheless, I mean, this is no news that I can really. Oh, again, yes, this is the settlement. Okay, this is the settlement company. So there was the alert, 1680 at 9:52. My reluctance was that it was close to the whole number, so I was going to wait for the break of over 17. And what happened is I just kind of forgot about it. I just kind of forgot about it. No excuse really. But look at it now, 1802. Wow. Well, you'll just have to wait till Wednesdays, typically, weeks, and listen to Jamie talk about his scalping techniques. Are you talking about Overstock, or which one are you talking about, Goose Eggs? You're talking about SHC? Let's take a look. You're talking about SHC is on the Anchor VWAP pinch scanner? Okay. So if you dip by, if you want mine, you have to go to my homepage. Okay. So if you want mine, you just go to my homepage. Okay. I'll just put my homepage link in. We do have an option scanner in the channel bar, but quite frankly, I like mine. Okay. And I like the way I organize it because I put it with the don't repeat. So you can see the first time the alert happens and you can kind of track what happened after that. And this is it over and over again. As SHC keeps making a new high, you'll see it. But here's the first alert for it at 9:52, 1680. I like having it organized like that. You don't have to. You won't see this, in fact. This is what you'll see. You'll see this option plays right here. You will not see the don't repeat version. Easy enough to create. All I have to do is, I'm assuming you know how to get to well, if you don't, just go to my homepage link, scroll down, you'll be brought to the top, or you'll be at the top, scroll down until you see my scans, and then option plays. And it'll look like this. Now, just quickly, if you want to create the don't repeat version of it, look at this. All you do is duplicate the window. Okay, you just duplicate the window. Okay, and then right click properties, go down to don't repeat. And I like don't repeat for a day. This is a drop down. I mean, if you can pick the time frame you want, but this is what I've done for a day. And then I just rename it, so I know this is the don't repeat for a day, you know. 'Cause this is killing me that I'm not in this one. Now I may have to do something with this also. I don't want too many alerts. This is a manageable number of alerts, but as I said before, when we get into earnings season in about a month, this thing could get full, and so I may have to up the filter values so I don't want to have 100 alerts. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm going to get set for my break. So Jamie's not there yet. He'll be there in about 5 minutes, I think, in our YouTube room. And the ONSI is a good one from the AI. I mean, look at this. I mean, we had the alert happen at 10:07. Okay, 10:07. Give me a moment. So there was the alert. See that candle right or that arrow right there? There was the alert. Now, you have no idea how many people say, well, you know what? I got the alert, but it was way too late and I can't get into it. I'm not saying that doesn't happen ever, but a lot of times this is exactly what happens. You get the alert and look how long, 1, 2, 3, 4, probably over an hour you could have waited on this one. Okay. There was no mad rush to get into it. Let's see how it trades. In fact, it got back down to 234. And then on that candle right there, that's the 11 o'clock candle. Remember, the alert happened at 10. So an hour later, you could have, you could have taken that trade right here. I actually probably, I should be in this trade because this is sort of the price range I like. And if you're asking me why I'm not in the trade, I just get all the things that I'm doing, I just get a little distracted sometimes. And, I'm not able, but you guys have no excuses. Okay. You have the AI, use it like a watch list. Mr. Jamie himself, I just hear a little ping. Jamie, let me get my announcement in.
Hello, Barry.
Hello, Jamie. So guys, I'm on my break now, on a break. Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. I'll be back around 1 p.m. Can you go to 1 p.m., Jamie, or do you have to leave early?
Well, I switched with Steve today,
Yes.
so maybe 5 minutes before, that'll
Oh,
give me a
yeah.
little quick break
Yeah.
before I hop into the dev meeting.
No problem.
All right, let me get the screen here, sir.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself in the other two rooms. Okay, guys, so Jamie is there right now.
All righty, you see me, right?
I don't really see you, but
Well, you see my screen, yeah.
yes. I see your screen. I do see your screen.
Very good, very good. I heard you talking about the TSLL and the TSLS, and I've made a
Hmm.
point to start watching those myself.
Yeah, I mean, it makes. I mean, I actually took that trade a couple of days ago. I held it overnight. I was
Yeah,
more interested to see what the decay was, and there really wasn't any. And
right,
that
right.
was the one I went long on, the long version, and there really wasn't any decay on it. So, give me a little more confidence that you can maybe do something like that. The interesting thing is that the long version is a one is 1 and a half,
Hmm.
and the short version is only one time. So
Yeah, that's
I
kind
don't
of
know why.
weird, but
It is kind of weird. It is kind of weird.
I wonder what their reasoning for that is.
Yeah,
Okay, my friend, I will let you cut loose, and I'll see you back here about 5 till.
you will. Okay, Jamie. Thanks.
Okay, bye bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. What kind of crowd we got in here today? All right, looks like our normal type crowd. So welcome everyone. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session while Barry takes his break. So if you have any questions about trade ideas in general, just lay them on out there. If you want me to take a look at any charts or any of that good stuff, if you're new to the TI realm from Trade Ideas Test Drive, welcome. And hello to all you regulars as well. H8 scalpers. Well, if you had to put a label on me these days, I guess I would wear it proudly. I like to scalp, and scalping was good today, this morning, especially being a summer month. And you might be saying, well, I wonder what he's talking about. Well, one of my favorite things to scalp is this guy right here, Boyle, which is the natural gas ETF. And you can see pre-market, and then the open right here. Okay. Little grind up, and then look at that big whoosh down, which I participated in and out many times during that little area right there. But boy, it got really interesting when we had this little swoosh down, and that is because today was natural gas inventories. So made Boyle a little spicier there, and certainly had some good downside action. This thing usually doesn't move 20 cents, 25, almost 30 cents in a clip. What do we have at this candle right here? 330 is a high, and then on this candle, 308. So a good 22-cent move there, which is very unusual for Boyle. But natural gas inventories on Wednesdays, something to definitely keep your eyes peeled for if you're trading this instrument. So nice little moneymaker in Boyle today. And let's see here. What else was I in? I shut my trading software down. Um, oh yeah, and my favorite, one of my favorite stocks to scalp large size in is the good old Lloyd's Banking Group. Doesn't look like a whole lot of opportunity there, but short from 218 and covering down around 216 and a half. When you're in some decent size, well, it feeds the bulldogs. So between Boyle and Lig today, stayed pretty busy. Trade a few other random things. Ape went to sleep for a good long while. I tell you what, let me get my pen here. Ape took a snooze for quite a while here. Wasn't really moving. Maybe you'd get a penny or two out of it. But then, boom, as we broke out of this little area back here, got some nice action. Gap up today. I forget what's going on there, some type of AMC chatter. But now, kind of just doing a spinning top up here, and perhaps it's going to go sideways again. But that one coming back to life and moving around a bit. So, yay for Ape. Yes, and you are right, H8. Tesla was amazing. Now, another amazing trade today, which was on my radar before the AI called it. And then I also heard Barry talking about this one. Obviously, there's some, I think there's crazy options volume going on in this one as well. But you can see the AI entry here, and 249. I got long at 251, and just, I'm still in it. So we'll see what happens the rest of the day. But not a bad little move there in on seat today on my radar, and then seeing the AI hit it. Well, when something's already on your radar, then you see the AI hitting it as well with that statistical viability. Well, that certainly bolsters your confidence in the trade. So for a summer day, and then I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about CMC. Um, Not in this one, but a beautiful, beautiful setup is this opening range break here was violated just right there. And then boom, liftoff. Had I seen this one and not been preoccupied, I probably would have taken a little smidge of that as well, but missed this one, but beautiful move nonetheless. All right, H8, to your question there, what scans do I use the most on here? Well, I have to kind of shrink my layout back down for this presentation here. But the windows that you're seeing right here, my liked highs, my liked lows. I also have my turbo brakes down, my turbo brakes up, and then I have my two favorite races right here. So these are pretty much the windows that I use. Anything you see here, I'm actually using. Now, my favorite list is actually a different color. It's just all black because these are all the stocks in my favorite list, all right? Which when I talk about my favorite list, that's what these windows here are pointed to. We're not looking at the whole market with these windows right here. What we're doing is we're looking at these stocks on my favorite top list hitting highs and lows. So if I right click, pop it in configure here, what you're going to see is faves and earnings. Of course, not really any earnings to speak of here lately. But when we do have earnings, I'll pop those in there as well so that any stock that has earnings today, pre-market or at the close, also shows up in the highs and lows here. Now, this top list here is simply any stock meeting these simple filter criteria right here, the low dollars, average daily volume, a couple of million. I think that's two. Let's see here. One, two, three. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 2 million shares on average, stocks between 1 and 10. And then what we're doing is we're sorting by the ones with the highest 5-minute volume. So at any point in the day, let's say I'm looking for something else to trade, I can quickly pop in here with these high volumes that are occurring in the 5-minute level. Also take a gander at the relative volume like Hood's doing some volume today. Now, obviously, the action is to the downside. But I tell you what, had I seen this one at this point in time right here, it would have been a sweet little short play, right? So this is kind of what I go to if all my usual stocks aren't really giving me what I need, then I'll go to this. And a lot of the times I'll see one of my stocks here that I favor showing up here, kicking that high volume. But this is really just kind of to tell me, okay, these are the lower stocks, lower price stocks that are doing high 5-minute volume. And then of course we can just take a gander at the relative volume as well, because it's always better when they have high relative volume and 5-minute volume accompanying that relative volume. Because even though VIRI, for example, if you take a look at that one, it is, it's got high 5-minute volume, but not high relative volume. That could tell me a couple different things. Well, there was no volume and now the volume is picking up. On the flip side of that coin, for example, AQN, high relative volume throughout the session today, but volume starting to wane on the 5-minute period now. We could use the term waxing and waning like the moon. Waning means it's dissipating and waxing means it's increasing. So to your point there, H8, you know, I like simple. Simple is always better to me, especially in trading. With the windows that you see right here in my little universe of stocks that I like to trade, you know, it takes up pretty much all my attention. Now let's take a look at the top 10 from both of these races. Let's see, tacos. Is there a way to create a custom stop level that the system will remember, calculate, use on each trade? Well, custom stop level that the system will remember, calculate, and use on each trade. Yeah, and I can certainly share that top list with you guys. Give me a second here. I'm just trying to absorb Taco's question here. A stop level that the system will remember, calculate, and use on each trade. Okay, well that makes me think of a feature that I haven't looked at in a very long time. Now, example, in my high-low tickers here, you notice that I have this extra column that says next high or low. So what is that telling me? It's telling me that if TSLS continues on its downward path, it's basically kind of summing up, okay, it's using the berry theme. If we look left here, well, we might have room down to here, right? And that's what this filter right here is telling me. It's the exact opposite for the long. So if we looked at the long here, it's pretty much looking at these levels right here. If TSLL continues upwards, well, it might have a buck 39 of room in it. It might, right? Just because we look left and see that there's room doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get it all, but it's a good sign, right? So to your point, Taco, on the stop level, right? You could create a custom formula and then view it as a column here, right? Now, are you familiar with our custom formula creator, right, or formula editor, which is under tools? And do you have, say, the system defaults to a horizontal line of previous support, but I want to give it a little wiggle room. Can I quantify that? Right, and that makes me also think of the smart stop. Okay, um, come on, don't make me wait here. There's no need to wait. All right, pardon me while the system. Okay, I don't know why that's happening. Of course, I did just install the latest developmental version, but I don't know why I can't access my configuration panel. Okay, well, thank you very much. So, Tacos, have you played around with the Smart Stop? Which, when a signal comes now, why is it saying $3 for Z? Okay, that doesn't look right at all. Oh, TSLL. Okay. I don't know. These values don't look correct though because oh, okay. I loaded up the percentage version. I thought it was on dollars. I'm like, there's no way it could be a $1.54 stop on a $1.94 stock, but it's saying 1.5%, 3.6%. Also on the charts here. Boy, I'm having issues. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I don't know if you played around with show smart risk levels. Okay. But you can look at these smart risk levels on the chart by right clicking and going into properties. So there might be one way to skin the cat there, tacos, and then, you know, obviously you can have them on the intraday, and if we display them on the daily, then you can see those levels too, right? So basically just kind of, dialing it in this little range. that's being established right here. If you want to get long, here's your downside, here's your upside potential, so forth and so on. Give me 1 second here. Somebody internally. All right, sorry about that. So that might be one way to do it there, tacos. Smart stop, whether you like the dollar or the percentage value, and then also just enabling them on your charts. It can map out some very interesting levels for risk management as well as profit taking. Now, keep in mind also if you start playing around with the the custom formulas and you get a formula in there that you think might do the trick, then you can always add that as a column to any top list or alert window. All right, so somebody was requesting the thick volume. Now just keep in mind, I've capped this one at 10 bucks. So, depending on your preference, you might want to amp this up a little bit or, really wouldn't want to go any lower than a buck. But feel free to play around with the min-max prices there. And once again, this is being sorted, I think, by default, yeah, by 5-minute volume. Okay. Thick, low dollar, 5-min volume, top list. And there is the cloud link for that little guy. Now let me back up here. All right, Michael, what do I think about ARLP? Let's take a look-see here. What was that? ARLP. Okay, so let me make sure I'm on the. Was this the open today? Yeah. Okay, so a little downside, little looks like it's trying to wedge up here. Um, it just looks kind of like it's coming down here to this little support level. If you notice I believe the red line. Let me get off my. I want to say that's a 50. Oh, sorry. My red is the 20. Notice the red color. Notice how we're butting up nicely, not only against the 20, and we've got the 20 and the 10 coming in here. Um, so it looks like it's just taking a little break right now. I don't see any huge volume. We got relative volume of 0.44, taking a little nap on the 5-minute. So, it's off its bottom for the day. It looks like it's trying to find support, matching up with these levels right here and perfectly coinciding with the 10 and the 20. Um, so it just looks like it's finding its support level there. No volume to push it lower, because if it really did release, then we have to pay attention to these levels. But this looks like the 10 and the 20 are trying to act as the trampoline, and if it can stabilize for a little bit, we might get back up to this level. And of course, up here you have the 50 and the 200. So, as far as upside pops right here, and then if it really gets some juice and can break these levels right here, well, then it's always a potential we might go kiss that 50. But it would, definitely take some volume and some buyers stepping back in. But, it looks stable for now. How does it set the smart risk levels? I couldn't tell you exactly how that logic is functioning, but it's kind of doing what my next new high and low are doing, right? It's sizing up short term, what 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 can be short term support and resistance levels. Let's see. Okay, notice what I'm seeing here is PAC was hitting lows earlier in the day. Of course, that was way down here. It was telling us, hey, if this thing keeps going, which it didn't, it reversed quite severely. But had it kept going at 7:15, it was just simply telling us that we might have a move. Let's see, 7:15, and then down to around 690-ish, which would butt up with this little area back here. See, and that's close enough for the government's work. And you can see, had it kept going, it probably would have found support there. It just turned and burned a little earlier as it wicked out at the tops of these levels right here. And you can see the swing exit and the profit target on the smart levels are just a little bit outside of that, right? But when I look at this swing exit level right here, it's clear to me what it's looking at. It's looking at, you know, the apparent levels of potential support, as well as the profit target kind of matching up with the tops of these candles and that little congestion area right there. So without giving you the exact coding, which I would have no idea what that is anyway, that's a pretty good approximation there. So Goose, I hope that kind of explains it for you. All right, tacos. Yeah, it did. It did tacos. Yeah, Goose. So just if we look at the levels right here, it should be the same numerically, just adjusted for the time frames, right? So swing exit down here, 624. At the top of this level up here, 809. So you can see I just have to compress that a lot more. Okay, Peter, when I refer to the 5200, yes, that is the simple moving averages that you see over here. Yep, SMAs. SMAs only, no exponentials on my desktop. Okay, let's check in on the overall guys here. One, two, three. Okay. Was thinking that today we might, but I tell you something interesting here. Okay. For the first time in many, many moons, I've gotten on my compare count window that I watch for the first 15 minutes, which is this guy right here. Keep in mind these settings aren't accurate because I had to restart my layout. But I want to say, and let me just verify this, we had a heavy downside count to start the day to the tune of, yeah, right here. All right. First time I've seen a heavy downside count for these stocks that are capitalized above 4 billion, but this is what it looked like after the first uh, 15 minutes, 60% bearish. And of course, what did the SPY do? Ran up for 45 an hour, and then we had this nice little down move, which was very advantageous for a lot of the things that I trade. Thought we might go down and print new lows, but didn't have quite that much oomph in it. But definitely interesting to see, and then have this market activity that you see right here. So The day's not over, and a lot of the times we'll go back down and revisit those lows, even though the initial move is up. You probably heard a lot of the times the first move is sometimes not the true move. But it would be a nice fin to the day here if we did return to lows. We will stay tuned and see what happens. Speaking of, it looks like the SPY's having a little difficulty here with the 10 period. All right. So if we get a couple of closes below that green line there, which is the 10 on the 15, you know, just a hop, skip, and a jump back down to lows. But that's just a theory. We'll see what happens. Well, Weeks, I appreciate the compliment. Um, Not really sure how we can do that just yet. You never know. Maybe I'll start contributing more. I usually join Barry through the YouTube channel. All right, Michael, just reading your question here. You got a call from a broker, which you didn't know, wanting to buy bonds in Dish, saying I would get interest while I waited for 5 years. He also said that Dish could be going to merge with DirecTV. Well, just sounds like you got cold called by probably a relatively young broker, whether they be young in age or young in the business. Um, Man, that brings back memories. That's that's how I cut my teeth in the business back in the let's see what oh man, December 1992. That's when I got licensed, and they're like, okay, have at it. Um, so yeah, it just sounds like you got cold called. And 5% on Dish bonds. Well, you know, if I got cold call, if I got a cold call from a broker wanting me to buy corporate bonds at 5%, I guess I'd ask him the question, why would I even take any risk? And of course, this is not financial advice. This is just what would go through my head. I mean, CDs at the bank are paying 5% and higher now with zero risk. So if anybody came to me with corporate bonds, it'd have to be a significantly greater yield than what I could get at a bank with no risk, right? Um, it's amazing that interest is that high again. Hey, you got $1 million to park, make 55 grand a year for nothing. Um, you know, Back in the early 80s, that was I think like 10%. And of course, 100 grand went a lot further back in the 80s than it does now. But anyway, interesting story there, Michael. Well, I appreciate the compliment there, H8. Um, you know, uh, Day trading and scalping, I mean, it's all under the same umbrella. I'm just more of a transaction oriented guy. I like making the pennies or whatever. When I get into a trade, it's okay. We're in the trade, we're break even or up a little bit. So the goal becomes okay, don't let it move against you. Don't lose money, right? Um, Sometimes trades are quick, sometimes I'll milk them for a little bit. Um, but yeah, the I'd say the scalpers are a dying breed. A lot of them, a lot of us went by the wayside. But as some of you have probably heard me talk about in prior sessions, the zero com game changed all that. So I know a lot of people because of the age. On my next birthday, I'll be the double nickel, but I still love playing the game. So you got to have the spark, so to speak, or be able to just transact quickly. And there's the scalping landscape is one that you can get in and learn in real time if you pick the right stocks, because you can take very small risks getting to know these things. And as your skill set improves, well, you just ramp up the size. I still have a hard time getting it through my head that if I'm looking at something, say, say it's a thick issue and there's one guy left holding the party up with 100 shares, it doesn't matter. You hit market sell, you're going to get that price, even though there's not adequate size there. All right, I heard Barry talking about open earlier, and look at this nice little, elongated smiley face that it's trying to bust out of right now. Decent 5-minute volume, not exactly lighting the world on fire as far as the relative volume goes, but ticker's been a little sleepy. Tilray. Um, of course, if we look at the action yesterday, Tilray right here went to short it, and guess what? It wasn't shortable, and then it had a nice up day. Gee, how surprising. And that's the weird thing about Tilray is there's 600 million shares in the float. Most of the times it's shortable, but yesterday it was not. Nothing more disappointing than spotting a great short, hitting that button and getting the cuckoo, cuckoo. Oh, I can tell you why I called you, Michael. Because there's probably there's big juice in those bonds right now. You know, that used to be what we would do back in the olden times, and I was cutting my teeth in a bucket shop. If you've ever seen the movie, um, pretty similar. And the house has X amount of bonds or X amount of stocks, and so if a broker is able to place those instruments with a client, not only do they make a juicy spread, but then they make the markup as well. So more than likely, that's what was going on with that cold call today. That's right, Weeks. It's just it's the epitome of trading, in my opinion. Oh, okay, Michael. Well, all I was saying is if somebody cold called me out of the blue and said, "Hey, I got these corporate bonds that pay 5%," well, there's risk there, right? Bond can go up or down, yield can get cut, right? But the point is when a CD at the bank with no risk is paying you 5% or higher, why would you take the risk? And of course, this is not financial advice. It's just me telling you what I would do. Why would I take the risk of a corporate bond when I could get a better yield on a risk-free certificate of deposit, right? It'd have to be a lot juicier of a yield to take market risk with a corporate bond. So hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, give me 1 second here. Just a little internal dialogue to deal with. Well, CEI, haven't been trading this one. I usually don't touch them if they're below $1, but man, things aren't going too well for CEI, Cambridge Energy. And if we zoom out a little bit here, wow, simply amazing. Just a year and a half ago, this thing was up at 230-ish dollars, now residing at 77 cents. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's something you don't see every day. But the market is littered with these issues. Now you're seeing a blank spot here because there is no support. When we look to the left here, boy, would have been a great short at one thing just 3 days ago. Boom. And things are just pretty sleepy. Even for these tickers down here, they're usually pumping something out every 3 or 4 minutes. Um, but even they are quiet. Okay, so Keep the questions coming if you guys have them. Um, I haven't even had time to thoroughly look at my race winners. I was so busy today. Didn't take any of these race trades. Just going to scan through and see if there were. Ooh. Now, I'm like Barry. I usually, if I'm going to engage in, on the open, I'll dial my share size way back because in that first 15 minutes, it just doesn't matter. You might see a huge offer, a huge bid, but it can, boom, it can just disappear. And it's noticeable after the first 15 for some stocks, and after the first 30 minutes for others. You see the price action completely change on the tape and the order books. But if I wasn't so lazy, I would get in the chair and start checking out pre-market ranges because Vroom is a perfect example. Okay, this is the pre-market. It edged up a little bit right before the open, but man, once you see them break that pre-market range that's well defined, a lot of the times you can take small risk, right? So what do I mean by small risk? Well, here we are looking at the pre-market range. What was the low of that wick? $1.24 or so. All right. So if this is the opening candle right here, and we're going to take a stab at this one because it's above that opening range. Say we want to get some at 28, 29 cents. You're risking a whole 4 or 5 cents on that trade. But that trade paid you, let's just say from 130 up to 145. So total return here was 3 times risk. You risk a nickel and you had 15 cents on the plate, right? That's what we look for. And that's why I said if I wasn't too lazy to get up earlier to start looking at pre-market charts, these are the ones I would definitely target. So not bad on Vroom. Groupon, not a bad little opening range break. Not really any pre-market activity, but boom, big red candle. Then it took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green candles to make up for that one red one. And then boom, as it broke that range, let's say we took some of this opening range break right here, right? Around 472. This is the entry candle here, 5, 10, 15. You would have risked a dime on this one, okay? And how much did it give? 474. Wow, a point on the table, right? Risk a dime to make 10 dimes. Now, I'm not saying you would have got out at the top, but therein lies the current reward level. I guess I need another me here. Rumble, not so good. And I've neglected my races today, but definitely Vroom and the Groupon. That's some high quality stuff right there. Okay, Leanne, I see you have some questions. How does the multi-strategy window work? I haven't set it up yet. Um, yeah, multi-strategy. So let me dig one of those out. You don't see any up here right now, but in a nutshell, it just allows us to take existing alert windows and instead of having 4 freestanding alert windows right here, if I wanted to, I could combine all this action into a multi-strategy window just by spawning a new multi-strat window, which was the 4th window that we ever created. Just keep in mind, if you ever click on new, well, I can't say brokerage plus, but starting at alert window, these were kind of like the chronological order. I guess somebody moved brokerage plus to the top, but it was not the first window that we created. So here I have a blank multi-strat window. So when I give it a right click and hover over strategies, there are no strategies currently in there, just the ability to import, okay? So if I wanted to import these two alert windows into a multi-strat window, we would use what we call the old school collaborate. It's not the cloud link. We would right click, select collaborate. We would copy. Now it's telling me, hey, this is pointed to a custom list. So I tell you what, we'll use these down here because they're not pointed to a custom list. So I would right click in the alert window that I want to import into the multi-strat window, collaborate, hit copy, come over here, strategy, new strategy, collaborate, and then paste. Okay, so now this strategy has just been imported here, and we can see whenever it kicks out a symbol, it's going to identify the strategy name. So now we can see there is one strategy in there. So now let's do it for this one. Right click, collaborate, copy all, right click, strategy, new strategy, collaborate, paste all. Now when we come back in here, we can see we have two strategies residing in this multi-strat window. So instead of two windows hogging up screen space, pardon me. So now instead of two windows hogging up screen space, I could just watch this window, and every time it fires, it's going to tell me which strategy it's coming from. So that's how you load existing alert windows, freestanding alert windows into the multi-strategy window. Now, a couple of things to point out here. If you want the strategy to be active, you must make sure the check mark is checked, right? So if I uncheck it, not active, want to make sure the check is active. Now, if you want to see examples of existing multi-strat windows, then what you might want to do is just, let's say we spawn a docked channel bar, and let's go into explosive winners. See if we can find a multi-strat somewhere in here. Well, not one in there. Okay. Well, I thought we had some multi-strat windows in there. But they could have been redone. Okay, well, I'll just have to go into my own archives here because there's a lot of different spins you can put on a multi-strat window. Let's say you really want to keep your fingers on the pulse of a single symbol, right? Let's say that symbol is the spy. Okay, so all I did with this multi-strat window is just import these two guys. And keep in mind, the original purpose of the multi-strat window was to help traders conserve screen space because we all know no matter how much screen space we have, it's typically never enough, right? So that's one way to use it. Now, notice this is also a multi-strat window. I have only two strategies in here, what I call a Sherpa green and a Sherpa red. And if we come in here and hit configure, on the green side, we just have every bullish alert, and I like to include some neutrals down here. And then on the downside, we have every bearish alert. And of course, they're just watching the SPY. So if I'm really trying to keep my fingers on the pulse of the SPY, then every time the SPY bats an eyelash, every time any of the alerts in our whole catalog fire, you're going to know about it, right? The spy's not really doing anything right now, but you're still going to get information spit out at you as the spy does these things, right? So you can use this for any symbol, On my regular layout, I have a Boyle watcher, right? Because that's one of my favorite trading stocks. So, Leanne, let me know if that sheds some light on how to use and load up the multi-strat window, and if I need to touch base on any of the other functionality there, be happy to. All right, Trader77. I wonder which stocks are like yesterday's MCI, Enron, all the ones that went boom boom. Yeah. Well, if you figure that out, let me know. I guess the only way to tell that right now is with price action. You know, turns out that this guy was like them. I pointed this one out earlier, up at $240, now down at 77 cents. So I guess you could say, oh, and look, it's even in the energy sector like Enron. What do you think on Dish, which made the last two quarters 1.83 for the fourth quarter, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm really no help when it comes to fundamentals, Michael. Um, you know, never have really cared about fundamentals, just because from a trading aspect, from an investing, if you're a you're trying to make a long-term investment, or if I was, which I've never been the best long-term investor to begin with. Um, well, I say that. I kind of got wiser as I got older, having a longer time horizon. Um, but fundamental data, I just, I never really crunched that type of stuff. So I'm afraid I would be no good at telling you my opinion of anything fundamental like earnings or projected earnings or performance. All right, Leanne, regarding your SMA, well, I've got those on every chart. I'm using let me remove my browser interface here so we can see those. Okay, so you can see these are the same, the 10, the 50, the 200, and the 20. And then of course they're going to look a little bit different on the other time frames, right? Sometimes they're going to be close. Notice the 10 period on this little piece of crap CEI. Notice how it's the defining moving average. It can't even get close to it. This thing's on it like a wet blanket. Now, sometimes it's also going to jive on the 5-minute time frame. But if I really had to make a call, let's see what the spy's doing on this 15-minute. You know, and fighting it here on the SPY. Now it looks like we might get a close above it here, and then the SPY might push higher. But these are the same moving averages. Got the 10, got the 20, uh, and we've got uh, somehow relative strength got put in the chart body and not down here on this one, but that's what the pink line is. RSI on a 14 period. But all these averages are the same. You're just seeing them in different time frames. Speaking of, look at what we're doing with the 10 today. We're butting right up against the 10 on the daily. So if we don't get a strong close, and you can barely see the green line back there uh, today, well, it'll be interesting. Okay, good to know, Leanne. They've done reverse splits. That's usually the kiss of death. Yep, you're right, Leanne. It's whatever the last periods are, the last 10 bars. hmm whatever the period of the chart is. Just 10 bars, doesn't matter if it's the 5, the 15, or is the daily. Pidco. Definitely a seller in Pidco today. Didn't really set up. It was a good little indicator there that the buyers could not stay in control. And then we did have a range break here. Let's see what we would have had to risk. 32.34. You would have had to risk almost 80 cents, see, in that early stage there. Of course, you could have cheated and used candle bodies, 32.59. You could have shortened it down and still stayed in. But not a bad little move down on the Pidco. Tabla. Not a bad little day for this little stock. Up a mere 11%. All right, time check. Okay, wow. Okay. About 8 minutes till Mr. Barry returns. In the meantime, yeah, Boyle is kind of in no man's land in the midday. However, I mean, you got to be kidding me, right? I mean, of course it's not kidding me, but back in 2018, this thing was over $700. I mean, I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. It was just wait. Uh, yeah, I'm not sure about these prices here.
Probably split adjusted,
Yeah, that's what I was
Jamie.
about to say.
Yeah.
It's an ETF though, so how do they do
Yeah.
that?
Well, that's that whole decaying thing, which I don't quite understand. I know I can read about it,
Right.
but I think it's something to do with all the decay, and then they reevaluate. So I don't think, yeah, I
It
don't
was
think
never
there's
trading at
ever,
these
no,
levels. It's
no,
for the
no,
adjusted decay value,
exactly.
which is and then I forget what was the name of that ETF that blew up not too, well, I say not too long ago. I think it was around, I don't know, 2014, 15, XLV, LX, or something like that.
Yeah. I can't remember. I don't play those at all, but I see headlines about them, and I
Hmm.
say, oh yeah, whatever. But I just sort of don't really pay that much attention to it. Um,
Yeah, there's some
uh,
tomfoolery going on there with the people that create those things, right?
mhm,
You
yeah.
know.
That's what I kind of liked about these two Tesla ones. They don't appear, they appear to track the stock pretty well, even
Right.
overnight and in the pre-market and after hours and all that. So
Hmm.
I don't think there is the same sort of very technical term tomfoolery happening with those. I don't think so anyway. Now, Jamie, I gotta draw your attention. I know this is probably boring as heck for you, but
Sure.
look at this CMC. I mean, I just and I risked 15 cents on this trade. I got in at 50.15. Yeah, 50.15. This is from the AI actually.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
But we knew about it before because it was an earnings play.
Right.
And I mean, and you look at it at 50, and I got in, I almost got stopped out. In fact, it was an hour before it finally really started to move.
Hmm.
And but you know what? I will take that sort of a trade. Obviously, I mean, it's a dumb thing to say, perhaps, but I would take that sort of a trade and forget about all the rocket ships for the rest of my life if we could identify these sort of trades that
Yeah,
are
and you said you got it in at 50 what?
50 15, 15 cents over 50.
Right, so right in this little area of consolidation, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I mean, that's a
But I was
beautiful
it,
Barry, if you can develop an alert window to show me these, yeah, that's all I would do as well. I mean, if I would have
yeah,
seen this, I just missed it. But I would have taken a piece of this when had my hands full with other things. But that's a
well, now,
beautiful setup.
Jamie, it's part of our AI.
I
It was actually
understand.
it was an AI alert. Now, I we had seen it before because it was an earnings play. Okay, so we knew it was an earnings play in the pre-market. Very few companies releasing earnings,
Uh-huh.
which leads me to another. It's great when we're in earnings season, but when we're not in earnings season and we only get like a handful every day, my opinion, my feeling is that traders who like to trade earnings plays, well, they're all kind of they're being monopolized by just a few instead
True.
of being spread out. With the some days, there are like 800, 1,000 earnings plays in a week.
Yep.
There were maybe five or six that I saw today,
Hmm.
and you know what I mean. And when you look left, it had room. I mean, that was the other thing. It had room.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm looking at that weekly chart more than the daily that it had room to about 54. So all those things, came together for me. But it wasn't easy because I was in at 50-15 and I almost got stopped out. I was
Hmm.
going to get out if it broke down below 50. And
So
if
I
it
missed the
touched 50,
CMC. I missed the CMC,
mhm.
but I did get a nice little piece of the ANSI.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. And that's probably more your style because it's got, well, I like that too. Don't get me wrong. I generally don't take stocks that's expensive, but on a day where I wasn't seeing a lot of follow through on trends, I thought,
Hmm.
well, just take this and see what happens. The other one from the AI actually is the IGMS on the short side. I mean,
EMS. Hmm.
1010 down to 948.
Yep.
And I was waiting on that one because I think the VWAP was 980, 975, 980 at the time.
Right.
And so that's why I didn't take it right there. But once it broke the VWAP, I mean, and it has room down to 9. I'm not saying it's getting
Uh-huh.
there, as you know, but yeah, I'm referring to it's the AI watch list. That's all it is for me, and I don't
Exactly. And
mind.
and I've just got it. I've got it up, and I'm like, okay, I need to watch this for trader rounds.
Yeah, that's
I
exactly
just
it, Jamie.
I
Doesn't
just
get too many.
I need to put it in a more conducive spot, you know,
Yeah.
to where I don't miss the signals.
How many? No, I knew you got to go, but how many monitors do you have?
Well, I'm only working with two 24-inch monitors now, but
Okay.
I'll probably just, and of course that separates your field of vision as well,
Hmm.
because you still just pay attention mainly to one.
Right.
So I think I'm just gonna get a 50-inch,
Oh, wow. Okay.
and then just have one to stare at and have these as auxiliary monitors.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
Now you don't use sound alerts then.
I do sometimes.
Okay.
I do
Because
sometimes.
that, of course, that helps because it doesn't matter, once you know what monitor and window to look at,
Yeah.
scan
Yeah.
to look at when
Hmm.
you hear the alert, it's easy enough to see. Because consequently, because I thought, was it you or was it Steve or somebody said they don't use sound alerts at all, and I was trying to figure out, well,
Well, especially
you
for
got.
the AI window.
Mhm.
That way I don't miss them.
Right, right.
But like I would never put sound alerts on my turbo brakes up and down. It'd just be mad
Too
chattering
many.
all day,
Yeah,
you
too
know?
many.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you've seen. I will take over the screen. I don't know if you've heard me talk about my option scanner, but
Oh
let
yeah,
me
you've
just show.
revived it. Yeah. Hmm.
Oh man, I mean, Jamie, it's let me just take over the screen. I mean, this is the option scanner right there. Look how many
Yeah.
alerts I got.
Yeah.
Hardly any. And now in earnings season, we'll get a lot more because that's when a lot of companies all of a sudden their option
Sure.
activity explodes.
Sure.
So right now, none of these are earnings plays at all. And I am back to my option scanner in a big way now. Big
Excellent.
way.
Well, do me a favor and drop that link in our traders thread.
Sure.
I'd like to start watching it again if you don't mind.
So I've got the two versions. Okay, I have the don't repeat, and then I've got the option. And then I've got the repeating version where you obviously you know what I mean. You're going to see the stock over and over. Which would you
Right.
rather have?
Which one do
I
you
like the
prefer?
Well, I have them side by side, and the reason being is that if I think I've missed something, then well, I can always click on it and say, "Oh, great, it hasn't moved yet,"
Right.
And but on the other hand, I also like to see how well it's doing. So if I
Right.
look at CHCH and I know the alert was at 952 at 1680, and I go, oh my gosh, look where it is now, at well, I think I got up to 18 something. But that's why I like to have don't repeat and the repeating version on a lot of my scans, side
Yeah,
by
just drop them
side.
both in there, and I'll start
All
eyeballing
right,
them.
I will do it.
All
Okay,
right,
my
my
friend, you
friend.
can take off. You
I'm
can
gonna
take off.
hop. Bye, everybody. We'll see you next time. Talk to you later.
Okay,
Bye
thanks,
bye.
Jamie. Bye bye. Okay, guys, let me get my music going. All of the rooms. There we go. I'm back in all the rooms. And get rid of my. Yeah, so we were I was talking to Jamie about well, my option scanner, but also that CMC trade has been awesome, guys. You're talking. That's not typically my trade. You guys know I'm more into the ones that will have big percentage increases and all. But it's all about as Shady will say all the time, and real, and most of you should say it's all about risk reward. So you guys know I was in this one at 50-15. I almost got stopped out. I was going to take myself out if it broke down below 50. It almost happened, but at this point, with a 15-cent stop, and now this is up well, $1.04. That's what, about a seven. That's almost like a seven risk reward. So I was saying to Jamie, if I could find these all day long, I would just not even care about trying to find the rocket ships that go up 100 and 200%. Now granted, I mean, are they all going to work like this? Of course not. But on a day where the market is just chopping around, how beautiful was this after that first hour, after that hour of it doing actually look, almost absolutely nothing. So just give me a moment. Just wanted Jamie wanted those two scans. So just give me a moment while I give them to him. Give me a moment. Okay, there we go. So I've given those. Now those are, those are available on my homepage, guys. So you want those two option scans, the option plays, and the don't repeat version of it on my homepage. Don't know, Michael. Don't, as Jamie said, I'm like Jamie. I don't look at fundamentals at all. So I have no idea. Your comment about food stocks, etc. No idea. Meanwhile, Overstock continues to move higher here, guys. It did have a little pullback, but boy, it just continues to keep moving higher and higher and higher. Okay, so Tesla's at a 5-minute cross down. So how is TSLS? How is it doing? So if you don't, if you want to short Tesla, you could buy this. Okay, this is the Tesla Bear. PFE, let's take a look. No, I didn't, but and the reason being, Larry, I got a question in our YouTube room. Any option alerts come through in PFE? Um, so the option volume is okay in terms of the 275. So it is option abnormal option activity. Okay, 2.7 times normal. Okay, but no, no. Let me see now. Typically, there'll be some filter that have prevented it from. I think I know what the filter is, but let me just do a quick look. Okay, so that's the reason I was pretty sure. Okay, look at the relative volume is 0.65. My minimum is 3. Okay, so that would be a reason. Okay, another reason it's possible. I forgot I actually had this in here. Okay, this is the count. I forgot I actually had this in here. So for a stock to meet this, it has to make 30 new lows or 30 new high. Well, in this case, 30 new highs. But that's the main reason. Okay, the relative volume for Pfizer is only 0.65, so it's not trading. It's not even trading what we would call normally. Then now, if you say to me, "Well, I want to see Pfizer, so why don't you just eliminate this current volume?" You're absolutely right. I could do that, and we would see Pfizer. But you know what I'm going to say? This window would be full, okay? And for every Pfizer that you do want to see, I'm not, and I to be honest, this doesn't interest me, but that's okay. For every Pfizer, but let's say this had really had a good move. For every Pfizer that you see by reducing that filter, you might get 20 others that you don't care about, and how are you going to discern which one you want? Okay, so it's always a trade-off. Always a trade-off. Hey, Tooth Plumber. By the way, welcome. I can give you my home page. A moment. Okay, Tooth Plumber. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You won't see that yet. Okay, so you'll be at the top. Okay, you'll be at the top. So if you want my scans, just click here. Here are my scans right here. Click here. Okay, and here, as an example, here's the option plays. Now it's in this format. Okay, it's not also in the don't repeat format. Easy enough to do this, but this is the format in which you would see the stock over and over again every time it made a new high or a new low, assuming all the filters are met. But I do have other ones that you can take a look at. So Larry, the thing about that is that we can't scan for that. Okay, the amount of the premium was above the ask. That's something we like. Again, we don't scan for options as such. We're just looking for abnormal option activity. Now, I know you asked that question yesterday. What time is it? Right? 105. Okay. Before I do my video, let me try something, okay? Now the problem is there's not that many option plays right now. So, but as I said before, if you create a, you know how to create a top list, right? I'm talking to Larry in our YouTube room. See, it's funny because I did have a race based on increasing option activity. I just didn't find it that helpful, to be honest. Okay. And the problem is, now I'll ask somebody in the room, does anybody have a race based on increasing option activity? Maybe somebody else has one, but I obviously went through a lot of my scans. I know I went through this a while ago and I deleted a lot. And I obviously deleted that race. This I can find it here still. Because all you have to do is just if you have the column option and percent, the option percent column, okay? And what you then want to see, then you want to run the race on that changing, if that makes sense. Have the option, so in other words, take a top list, take a top list window. This is an alert window, but take a top list window, configure, and do a search on options. Okay, option volume today. Now show the column. So add that column, and then when you then create your top list, with that as a column, maybe with the price range you want, maybe with a minimum number of contracts, option contracts. Okay, I mean, it's up to you. Then, it's assuming you've done that. Then all you do is when you right click and launch the real-time stock race, you go to the setup. So now you see here where it says based on. Now this is the change from the open, but you could go option volume percent, okay? And the change, option volume percent. And so that will then, in theory, that'll show you stocks that are having increasing option activity. Okay. Now, I did try that a long time ago when the races first started. I didn't really find that it helped me that much, but you can always try it. I mean, if I add this right now, let's just for fun do it. No, cannot update the parameters. Whatever's there is there, SF Millionaire, okay? Okay, so there it is. So now if I run a race, now if I run that race, based on now option volume today percent, and so whatever is going to move the most, that should show up, okay? I would obviously give it another name and all, but I just found that it was okay, but it really didn't give me what I was looking for. Okay, so just give it, yeah, try it and see what see what you what sort of results you're getting. Yeah, so as far as the MACD is concerned, or any other filter, if we right click, so I think what you're asking is that, so here is what we have, here's what we have for MACD. If you wanted anything else, like if you wanted like 7 minutes or some other time frame, I'm sorry, we can't do it. And weighted moving average, now we can't do it. Well, but what would be wrong with this, Larry? I mean, just the option plays, if you want to expand it a little bit more, in terms of, maybe not make, if you want to see more alerts, and you just have to, reduce some of the filters, I suppose. But to me, this is giving me what I want, what I will want. This is showing me abnormal option activity. I mean, honestly, what more do I want? If no, I understand you're trading options, right? So at least, but this is telling you the stocks with these filters in place, what stocks are having abnormal option activity. And so, because what you're saying is that, but something that brings my attention to the stock to look at it further. Well, to me, this is what does it. It started at root at 933 and 952, 56. This is all time. Again, you may want more action, but that's up to you. You can just reduce the filter values if you want. Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now. Time is it right now? 1:13. So should be back by 1:14. So say 1:24, no later than 1:24. Okay, guys, so I'll be putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't understand the Ahmed. Not sure I understand the question. Why CMC option doesn't move up despite the stock being up? Are you saying why is it not in the option play? Is that really the is that the question? Like why isn't CMC showing up here? I mean, I can tell you the reason. I have a one, and again, all of my scans can be adjusted to how anybody else likes to trade. So in this particular scan, I'm only looking at stocks between $1 and $25. So obviously, CMC, even though CMC is 600, like six times option, 6.8 times its normal. It doesn't trade very much. Obviously, you can see 1,400 contracts represent 6.8 times normal. But if that's your question, why isn't it showing up here? And well, that's the reason. Now, I might even up this a little bit, because especially when we get into earnings season, we'll have some of the more high price stocks. But that's the reason, if that's your question. So did that answer your question? Hmm. Can you hear me? I'm not talking. I'm just talking to Ahmed. Oh, that I can't answer. I'm not looking at the option prices. I see now. Okay, no, I can't answer that question. I'm not trading options, of course. I'm just trading the stock. I can't answer that question. PJ, you trade options. Why? Okay, there you go. I can just tell you guys, so I mean, this has been, I mean, I don't know where this is going. The next high on that weekly chart is $54 or so. I did the video on this and I said in the video, we got to watch this tomorrow. I mean, depending how close it gets to this, but I mean, this could have a second day continuation. So now at this point, this is almost 8.5 times on a risk reward. Now, at some point, I took off a little bit, okay, that little dip down here. but I still have most of my position left. Okay, guys, so this one just showed up. SIFI, actually a couple just showed up. Cheap ones though. SIFY, SIFY. What do we got here? Yeah, I mean, look, it's pretty close to two. I mean, if it can get through that two, yeah, I'm not that interested in this one, but I mean, it did show up in the option scanner. Barely. You know, I have a minimum number of contracts. I mean, look at this. I have a minimum number of contracts that it has to be trading, which is 500. So it's at 558, which is 279 times normal. Okay. So this doesn't trade options very often, obviously. This is this Indian stock, isn't it? At a Mumbai? Oh, sorry, I thought it was Mumbai. Didn't know that, Shady. Interesting. In terms of the as you say, the IV into earnings. Now here's one. This is one on the way down, option scanner on the way down, but looking left. I mean, it's got some room to 273, I suppose, you know, on the downside. If it got broke through that, then you're looking at 260 from 299. This IGMS is kind of interesting. I mean, you know, I didn't take this. I number one, I was waiting to see if it would break through the VWAP. It did, but you know, by that time I was looking elsewhere. Look what's happening with IGMS though. It's just sort of basing around here. And if it ever broke down, I mean, it still has room down to nine from 950. Not saying it'll get there. Meanwhile, Overstock just will not stop. 2557, guys, is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So if you're in this one, that would be, you know, an area of interest for sure. 2557 for Overstock, OSTK. And you'll notice that, you know, almost 100% of the time, in this momentum up, you'll see, stocks that are appearing on that option plays, assuming they're optionable. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. So, William, after talking to me or to the room about taking option plays or from the option scanner a couple of weeks ago, are you taking any of these? Didn't the India president visit the USA? Yeah, I believe he's here now. He's here now. SRPT News Hall. Boy, I haven't seen Sarepta in a long time. Used to see that all the time. So, what's happening with Sarepta on a news halt? What was happening with Sarepta in advance? So, I mean, a few days ago, this was $159. This is on May 16th. So, a little over a month ago, this was a $160 stock that went down to 122. Okay, guys. Well, I'm just kind of biding my time now. Just going to keep my eye on the CMC, of course, and I'll be in a marketing meeting in about 20 minutes. Boy, Lucid, all-time low, guys. Lucid, LCID, all-time low. Yeah, but loose, you're right, Tooth Plumber, but loose is an all-time low also. I mean, weakness in Navy stocks, that's fine, but Lucid is also like an all-time low. I mean, nobody wants this. Yes, you can. Yes. Let me give you, I haven't showed this for a while. No, we do have something called stocks like this, but I like this one a lot better. Okay. So, Gian, I'm going to give you this one. Stocks like this template, and I'll explain what you're looking at here. Okay. So, first of all, can you hear me? Make sure you can hear me and others who might want to do the same thing. The question is, can you tell what filters, what alerts would have happened at a certain time of the day for a certain stock? Okay. So you'll notice here, these are all filter headings. Okay. Now you do have to pick one alert. Okay. In my opinion, anyway, you have to pick one alert. But let me show you what I'm doing here. So these are all different column headers that you can have, which will show you the value at a certain time. So the next step is to do this. Right click, oops, in here, right click, go to symbol lists. Okay. And this is a drop down menu. So pick single symbol and pick the stock that you want. Okay. So let's just, you know, give me a stock as well. Let me do CMC because it's been active. Okay. So every time CMC made a new high, it'll tell me the filter values and everything that happened at the time. So let me just do that now. Okay. I'm going to do a history. Okay. So now you can see that every time CMC made a new high, starting right at 9:30, it tells you the volume, the gap, earnings day, relative volume, the volume one, these are the column headers that I've got. Okay. You can, of course, go through our filters and add whatever you want, or if this is what you want, that's fine. So it's telling you at the time, this is what our system saw. And that is a way in which, in theory, you can maybe build a strategy around it. Well, what if I build a strategy? What do I want my minimum volume in 1% to be? What do I want the change from the close to be? Things like that. Now, I don't do this, okay? I don't do this. I have no time to do something like that. But that is a way in which, people can build a strategy saying, okay, the next time, we get a relative volume of this and change from the close is this, and the average true range is this, put all those filters in, and then when a stock makes a new high for the day and run it tomorrow and just see what happens, if that makes sense. I don't do this though. I'll just tell you right off the bat, I don't do this. But is this kind of what you're looking for? And I can give you this. Okay, good. Okay, let me so right now CMC. So just remember to change the symbol. We can add just for fun, we'll do overstock. Or you just change the symbol that you want, okay? Overstock in this case. Now, you don't have to, I mean, I've picked a new high for the day, but if you wanted to see, new 5-minute highs or 30-minute highs or whatever, you'll get more alerts, you get more in the list, but that's what I've done here, okay? And then the only thing you have to do now is right click and run the history. History today. And now this will get full, okay? So I'll give you this. And again, you can add or subtract any one of these columns. Remember, these are just filters. Right click, configure, search, and go to just the filters. So here are the filters. So you can, all these are the column headers for these filters, okay? So I'll give you this and anybody else who wants it. Again, I don't use it anymore, but I just don't have the time. Okay? Have fun. Up, halted. So Sarepta is still halted. Up, halted now on, excuse me, a volatility halt. No, on the way down though. On the way down. Wow, big drop. Ah, I thought maybe there would be a symbol down, but there isn't. There's no symbol that is down or company that has a symbol DOWN down. You're probably right. Let's take a look at meds. I know it got halted earlier. Yeah, well, there it is. Okay, actually, the VWAP 924, so it's right at the VWAP. Yeah, they do have a meaning, Diego. Let me explain what the meaning is. Just give me a moment. There are actually shares available for me, weeks at Interactive Brokers regarding up. Not that I want to, but there are. Lots, actually, 139,000. So I don't know who your broker is. Weeks. This is from our YouTube room. So what time is it now? 1:49. So I've got to do this a little bit quickly. So this is a multi-strategy window, Diego. Okay, that's why it says M in the top upper left-hand corner. So if I right-click on it, and all a multi-strategy window is you can take literally as many alert windows as you want and put them into a multi-strategy window. Typically, why people do that if screen space is a premium, in other words, maybe you're just working on one monitor, and so you don't want to have that alert window here, one here, one here, one here. So you can put them all in what we call a multi-strategy monitor or window. Okay, so that's the usual reason. Now, why I've done it is because what I'll do is I want to group similar strategies, if you will, into one window. That's why I've done it. So if I right click and I hover over strategies, you can see these are just individual alert windows. Moving higher with unusually strong options, 300%, 200%, 150%, and moving lower with 300%, 200%, and 150%. So when I first put this together, all I was looking at were stocks that moving higher with option with I just had one alert window, okay, and I put 300%. In other words, the stock would have to be trading 3 times normal in terms of options. So on average, if a stock has traded 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock using that filter of 300, it would have to be trading 6,000 contracts. Okay, 2,000 on average, three times normal. It would have to be trading 6,000 contracts. Okay, so that's how I started it. But what I was finding is that, well, wait a minute, why wait until the 300% is hit? Maybe I could try to see them a little bit earlier, and maybe as they're moving up, which sort of answers a little bit of your question, Larry. Okay, so catch them a little bit earlier and see what's happening. And so I created a strategy at 150%. I also had one at 200. Now, notice it's not checked. I've decided, this is just me personally. I just wanted to see the 150 and then the 300, and I color coded them. Okay, so 150 is this dark blue color, which is right there for overstock. Okay, and then dark green is hitting the 300%. And then the other one these are on the way down. Really haven't done too much on the way down. So if it's dark yellow, that's 300%. In other words, 3 times normal option activity. And then if it's the brown, it's 150%. Okay, so that's what it means, if that makes sense. So overstock. Let me take a look at overstock right here. Now, there are other filters in place. Okay, so there are other filters in place, but that's the gist of it. Okay. Okay. Now, if you just wanted to see, the 300%, the ones that are, at 300%, and most of these will eventually make 300%. Some of them start off that immediately. Then all you have to do is uncheck the other ones and just uncheck, and then you'll just see these ones that are in dark green. Okay, if that's what you want. It's up to you, though. But in a general sense, green and blue up, brown. I don't even know if we had any yellow ones. Yeah, some yellow, root down. Okay, so that's how I've color coded it. So I don't really care that much anymore about whether it's 150 or 200 or 300. I just know from my sense, yellow and brown are stocks moving down on option volume, and green green and blue are moving up on option volume. You can of course create your own color scheme, but if you want to keep that color scheme. To me, it's I mean, it's unless you've got some aversion to those colors, I would probably just keep them. Well, it's really got nothing to do with activity, less activity or more activity. Okay, it just means that these filter values were met. SUPV, I can see right here. Okay, option volume is 266%, so it is not 300. That's why this is not yellow. But when this hits yellow, when this gets to be 300%, if it does, it's just looking at option activity. So you could have huge option activity and the stock could be down. And you could have huge option activity and the stock is up. This is how it's color coordinated though. So I know, overstock with, it's 8.7 times normal option activity. But tomorrow, if overstock starts moving down and the option activity is high, it could reverse course, and I could see this in brown or yellow if that makes sense for overstock. So it's really got nothing to do with the less activity being priced down and vice versa. No, just means anything that you see here is abnormal volume, and that could mean the price is going up or the price is going down. Abnormal option activity. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, guys, 1:56. So I am going to get set for this marketing meeting. Might be a long one. We're going to go over the test drive and the results and all that sort of stuff. So and of course, I'll be continuing to watch the CMC as I'm in this meeting. Yeah, look at AI, guys. Look at AI breaking down through the VWAP, I believe. 38.33. So yes, it broke down through the VWAP up here. And what's breaking up above is Mara. Mara, after getting down to about 11. So it was sitting on the VWAP for quite a while, and now it's moving above the VWAP, 1182. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, as promised, this was going to be a fairly long meeting. So, um, not really much more I'm going to talk about, really. I'm still in the CMC and we'll have to see. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to, I'm sure I'm going to get out of it at the end of the day, but I'll certainly watch it tomorrow, especially if it closes high, the high of the day. I'll certainly watch it tomorrow to see whether or not it has any sort of continuation. So the CMC. Meanwhile, Overstock, yeah, another new high for Overstock. Wow. I'd be actually watching this for a short tomorrow. I can't, come on. I mean, so they spent $21 million or something to get whatever's left of Bed Bath and Beyond. Oh, I don't know. It might hold overnight, Paradox. I'm not, it's just me. I just don't want to hold anything overnight. It's very possible it'll hold overnight, but it's just not my style. I mean, here's what I don't think will happen. I don't think it'll gap up tomorrow. So I think that if it closed well today and I wanted to get back in it tomorrow, I don't think, I mean, the usual reason for holding something overnight, in my opinion anyway, is that what if it gaps up? You wake up the next day and it gaps up $1 on you. I just don't think that one is going to do that. But famous last words, you never know. I mean, it still has a little bit of room left, to that weekly high, $54. So, I mean, it's getting closer and closer to that weekly high. What a great look on that daily chart, wiping all of this out, all of that out now. Yeah, I mean, there's no merchant. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't think there's any merchandise left. Yeah, I mean, I think Overstock. Yeah, I'm going to be watching definitely Overstock tomorrow for a potential short. Let's read exactly what it says. Successfully bidding on Bed Bath and Beyond's assets for $21 million. Includes all of the retailer's business intellectual property, business data, and mobile platform, among other acquired assets. Okay, the intellectual property behind the main company banner. So whatever that means, seriously, whatever that means. Yeah, they get the website. So I mean, I mean, I don't even call it goodwill, but I mean, just yeah, I mean, it obviously Bed Bath and Beyond. It's a recognized company, even if it isn't complete and utter. Well, it's gone. I actually thought you were going to be gone today, William. I thought you said today you'd be. I thought yesterday said today you'd be off also. Get confused. Well, we did have a short week. Maybe that's the reason. Actually, that would have been a heck of a short. The up. Yeah, it would have been a heck of a short. I haven't shorted a really cheap stock in quite a while, and lots of shorts available. 129,000 in Interactive Broker. I'm not going to do it now, of course, but it's an all-time low. I love it. I just got my gas bill, and there's this big credit. I got one last month too. I way overpaid 1 month accidentally, so I get getting these credits. Do not pay. I love it. All right, guys. Time is 2:48, so I'll probably put myself on mute for a bit. I'll hop back on if there's a question. So good time to ask questions if you have any. Definitely, well, I shouldn't say definitely. You never know, but I almost 100% sure I will not be taking any trade going into the close. I think Root just made a new low here. Yeah, Root just made a new low. Well, low. Yeah, it's still up for the day, but it made a low. Now it's interesting because now there are a lot of shorts available. 233,000. Last time I looked for Root, there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So there's obviously been a lot of short covering. So those shares have been made available now. Not that I want to do it, but boy, look at this. So I mean, 1368. Now it's at 1226. I mean, it based for a long time, but tomorrow I'm going to try to be more aggressive on my option plays. Aggressive means I'm going to have to pay more attention. See if I can focus a little bit better. You too. You too, Paradox. Yeah, yeah, well, absolutely. Absolutely. Giving me great ideas and not many, which is what I like. I mean, look, we had one at 933, 52, 56, 10. So they're really spaced apart. And they're not, look, are they all fabulous? Of course not. But, the root, obviously, the SHC, obviously, the FNGR did nothing. Overstock was awesome. So the first four, But who's going to tell me there's a minute to the market open tomorrow, William? Not that you've been that reliable in that task, but who's going to do it? The market doesn't open tomorrow. Yeah, imagine that. Guys, take a look at SOUN, maybe. SOUN. Sitting on the VWAP, okay? Sitting on the VWAP right there. 413. Yeah, 413, just kind of sitting right on the VWAP. Mara is doing the same thing, sitting on the VWAP. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute. Again, I'm here, but I'll just put myself on mute and I'm going to do a few things within trade ideas on mute. So I will hop back on the mic if there's a question. All right. So, excuse me, muting myself now. Yeah, actually, this VCIG. So again, if you're playing this one, it's through the VWAP 685. So it went popped through the VWAP. High of the day is up here around 780. And look at that up, man. Even on the option play down here, 193, 193, and now at 148. I mean, that's a great percentage move. My bias did me in for not wanting to short a stock this cheap. What happened to Sarepta? I know it resumed. I thought it went down, then up. Yeah, so very topsy-turvy. I mean, it went down, got all the way back up to 130, and now, getting smoked here. Becomes the first to score FDA nod for, well, Duchenne muscular dystrophy gene therapy. Okay, so on the surface seems like good news and all that, but maybe the whole idea is what is that? What's the value of that, I suppose? No, 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 the markets are not closed tomorrow, Michael. It's just, markets are not closed tomorrow. It's one of our somebody, one of the people in the other room is taking the day off. That's all. Markets are not closed tomorrow. Somebody in our YouTube room. I might replace this momentum up and down with this one, the basic new highs and lows. It's sort of repeating. I'm not really using this as much as momentum scan, to be honest. I'm relying much more right now, anyway, in the option plays, my breakouts. I'll see what happens tomorrow. Maybe I'll do something with this, take it off. How's Tesla doing? Okay, I'm going to take a look at TSLL. Oops. Okay, so after that little move down yesterday, after hours, this morning, basically it recovered completely, not completely, but well, actually, it is above yesterday's close now. Tesla had a downgrade this morning, but didn't seem to affect it that much. Maybe a little bit in the pre-market, but certainly not that much. Well, here's another one, guys, just showing up on the option scanner, ALVR, ALVR, all-time low, ALVR, all-time low. Got hammered down. Oh, that's right. They did a financing. I think they did a financing at $3.75. So that's the reason for this one being down. Okay, guys, back on mute. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up now. I don't see, unless there's a question, I think I will wrap this up now. Don't see any questions. Again, I will not hold CMC. I've actually traded some out. I don't have very much left. I doubt if it's going to have a big late day run. So I'm basically out of most of my CMC. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. So I think I will wrap this up. Look at up though. Holy smokes. So remember, guys, tomorrow I'm all over the option plays, all over them. Let me see if I can get something early. Maybe break my little rule. All right. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.